Protests against Pakistan take to global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne and Kathmandu. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says no need for war against Pakistan. That is right, viewers. We're getting some big updates coming in. Forces have demolished House of Terrorist Shahid in South Kashmir, Shopian. This is a big update coming in right now, viewers. Remember, many homes of these terrorists have been razed down, blown up. And in the latest coming in right now, viewers, we see that the house of an active, I repeat, an active top Lashkar terrorist commander has now been raised by our forces. That's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. And those pictures showing you multiple homes associated with these terrorists razed and blown up. Let's go to Zinat. Zinat, pictures coming in of multiple homes associated with these terrorists which has been razed. In the latest, we have seen forces have now demolished House of Terrorist Shahid in South Kashmir, Shopian. Take us to the background of this terrorist Shahid. Who is he? What is his background?
We are reporting from Sidhu. This is Shopian district of South Kashmir, and this is the house that you see has been razed to ground. This is the house that belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. He joined LET outfit, the terror outfit, and is giving a local support to the Pakistan-based terror organization. The visuals that you see that we are beaming on the screen, the house belongs to Shahid Kutte. The demolition was taken up by the administration of UT along with Jammu and Kashmir police and the other joint forces. The house that you see has been razed to ground completely. One can see the metal rods, the rooftops, the wooden structure has come down. This is a demolition drive that has been carried by the joint forces along with the administration. One can see the smashed window panes, the furbishing on the ground, and also the structure has been demolished. The walls of this very house itself is depicting the pictures what all has happened, because this is an attack on those who are supporting terror and the terrorism on the Kashmir, in the Kashmir Valley. Although the inmates of this house have left and we cannot find anybody present here, the house has been left in shambles now. There is nobody around, and no article has also been taken out from this very place where the demolition drive had taken place. One can find the furbishing articles, the glass windows, and also some footwears are around, the cables that are lying on the surface of this very house. So overall, nobody is here, and it depicts the tale of the demolition that was carried by the administration along with the joint forces. As far as Shahid Kutte is concerned, one of the suspect and his role has been in the Baisaran attack case, for which the action has come heavily on his family. Although it's quite clear, the message from the administration, from the Delhi and the forces, that if your child is joining the terror ranks, is a part of terror ranks, then also the family will have to pay the price. And this is also a center's initiative and a policy for the zero terrorism on the ground. Nobody will be spared. Nobody is above the law. Wherever you are, whosoever you are, you will be dealt as per the law. Although the villagers here have gathered to see what is happening, all around the neighborhood is buzzing with the people who are coming here to see, because this is also a message that is going inside the society, that you can also face the same fate. You will also face this kind of action if your child takes the path of terrorism. Terrorism will not be tolerated, for which the counter-terrorism units have been activated. We are seeing the searches, door-to-door searches. We have been seeing this infiltration routes being scanned, the modern technologies being used, aerial surveillance is being done, digital evidences are being picked up, and many people are being questioned as far as this case of massacre in Baisaran is concerned. Yes.
Yes,
Shweta.
and you're showing that house. This is the first and exclusive only on Republic TV, where my colleague Zeenat is, where the terrorist Shahid's house has now been destroyed. Now, I just want our viewers to understand, and Zeenat, please take our viewers to the other terrorists. Now, we know, and we had those pictures coming in, whether it's Pulwama, whether it's different parts of Kashmir, whether all these homes have been absolutely destroyed. Shopia, Kulgam, Pulwama, much more, many terrorists. Now, there are at least 4 or 5 terrorists whose homes have been absolutely either blown up or destroyed by our forces or razed to the ground. If you could take our viewers through who these other terrorists are, just to give our viewers a recap of those homes. And those pictures are also on our screen. Tral, Shopia, Kulgaon, Anantnag, Pulwama. Yes, Zeenat.
The number of demolition drive and the structures that have been demolished and razed to ground stands 5. Yesterday, the action was witnessed in Tral and also in Anantnag. Taking today's count is from Shopian, Kulgam and Pulwama. The total number of the demolition drive, the destruction that had taken place, the houses that had been razed to ground is 5. This is an attack on the 5 terrorists who, as per the police, have provided a logistic and the other support to the terrorists who have carried this very attack on 22nd of this very month. My VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals of the very house where the demolition drive had taken place. One can see the vacant rooms, nobody around, the home has been left behind. It is a complete demolished structure now. Everything here is broken. The window panes, the glass sheets, the furbishing, and also the household articles have been left behind. And nobody is here in this very house. The inmates, it seems, have left the place. This is an action which has been taken by the administration of J&K. And this is Shopian, this is Sidhaut Shopian, where this action has been faced, and this action has come to the terrorist who is a part of LET. The LET terrorist who is a part of the Baisaran attack, he is there. Here one can see the writing on the wall. It says, "Love you, Shahid." Yours, it's RRR something. But yes, one can see the image of heart, the handmade image of heart, and which is writing on the wall is "Love you, Shahid." Let's do it harder, Shahid. To Shahid with love from Never Forget, Never Forgive. This is what the identity of this house is. Never forget and never forgive. And this message is for Shahid. Shahid is the same one, Shahid Kutte of LET. LET terrorist whose involvement has been found in Baisaran attack that has left 26 people dead and around 17 injured. One can see also the notice that has been pasted here on the wall. The court, and this notice has come from the special judge of NIA designated court, where the complaint has been made before that one, the Shahid Kutte, he is from Shopian, is suspected to have committed offences in the case FIR number 22. And the notice has been pasted in regard to the case that was registered in the year 22. And in this regard, the Shahid Kutte has been informed to appear before the court or the investigating officer. So the notice has also been pasted, and this comes from NIA Kulgam.
Yes.
Very much clear on writing on the wall that the notice has been pasted by the NIA Kulgam. That means that Shahid Kutte has other cases also in his name. Apart from that, he is in a big mess this time because he has been the part of the Baisaran terror attack, for which now his family is also paying through the nose.
That is right. Okay, thank you, Zeenat, for getting those details. But stay on with us, Zeenat. Stay on with us, because it's been just a couple of days since the cowardly and dastardly attack on tourists by terrorists in Pahalgam. Now the Indian Army has successfully busted a terrorist hideout in the Himachal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms, ammunition have been recovered, including AK series rifle, one pistol. The operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs. That is right, viewers. Army bust terrorist hideouts in Kupwara, because our security forces are still conducting anti-terror operations across the valley. Apart from houses of active terrorists being demolished overnight, we have one more story where we see the Kupwara police seizing arms and ammunition and busting terror hideouts. Let's go back to Zinat. Zinat, our viewers are watching these pictures. These are first and exclusive only on Republic TV of the arms and ammunition which has been recovered, including AK series rifles, pistols, lot of bullets, I think, can be seen as well. Take our viewers through the latest coming in the story.
See, we have already carried this Kupwara story, but I'm just updating the details about the Kupwara incident or this operation that was carried by Indian Army. The 12th Siklai was part of it. This was an intelligence-based specific operation where the hideout was busted in Vatsal sector of Kupwara. It is quite close to the line of control. Kupwara has more than 6 months winter time and hardly sun is quite visible usually when people go to Vatsal, but it has very less facility but close to line of control, a border area where a terrorist hideout was busted. What was recovered from the hideout includes the 5 AK-47 rifles, 8 AK-47 magazines, 1 pistol and a magazine with 660 rounds and AK-47 ammunition, 1 pistol rounds and 50 rounds of M4 ammunition. This is what has been recovered in Kupwara in the Vatsal sector operation. The operation was carried by Kupwara police along with 12 Siklai regiment of the Indian Army, who busted this terror network and recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition. And in a way, we can say the threat has been averted along the line of control in Vatsal sector of Kupwara.
All right. Stay on with us, Zinat, because I also have with us Arawat, and we also have my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, over to you right now, because Rakshita has been getting us all the top updates coming in, especially now she's outside Lal Chowk. What is happening there? Rakshita, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, we are reporting from Lal Chowk, and we see that there is the shops have started opening, their restaurants are functioning, the tourists are all across. Of course, the locals are also enjoying the weather out here in the afternoon, but there are also tourists from other places as well who we see are here and spending their vacations with the families. And of course, there are gestures being made by the Traders Association as they want tourists to come back. They want more tourists to come and not make any cancellations, because it's a direct attack on the social fabric of the country and also, of course, the economy of Kashmir that has been reviving. The idea of Naya Kashmir that was being actualized and not just visualized anymore. And viewers, as we continue to get you more updates, there are anti-terror operations, viewers, that are happening kilometers away from us in South Kashmir, especially with the focus on Anantnag, viewers. Also in Kupwara, as my colleague Zinat was just telling, was informing about the seizures that have been made, the terror hideout that has been busted. So we continue to get you more updates about that. And we continue to send you more ground reports, viewers. There is a lot of the responses that are coming from the leaders. A stern message being sent out by Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, that we will not spare if you needle us. We will never spare you. And that is what our forces are actually. That's the job they're on. That's the duty they're on. And there are leaders like Siddharamaiah who say that this is not the time to, in fact, take action. That is.
Take our viewers through what you're learning off.
Yes, absolutely, Shwangi. We are here at Pahalgam right now, and we have seen that this deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that 26 lives were lost by the terrorist attack. And also we are here at the house of the Nazakat, who is here in the Pahalgam. He was there present at the time. We are at the house of Nazakat. You can see here in the visuals, this is the residence house of the Nazakat, where you can see he was the tourist guide there, and he was also the cousin brother of the Adil, who was present at that time. And then after we have seen that the operation is also still underway there, when we have seen this deadly terror attack took place here in the Pahalgam. Also, we will also try to speak with the Nazakat in some time now. Also, we have been told that we had already conversation with the Nazakat. He has told us about the situation, what happened at that very time. Also, I'll request my VJ to take you through this side. Also, this is the residence house of the Nazakat, who will speak to us in a while from now. Also, yes, exactly. We are here in the Pahalgam. Also, we'll gonna speak with the eyewitness who will tell us about the situation, what happened on the same day in Pahalgam, and he has told us all the happenings, what happened at the same day. The peoples are coming to his home and they are meeting him and advising him what happened at that very day. Also, we will try to speak with he is the cousin of also Adil, who was all shot by the terrorists multiple times there in the Pahalgam. Also, the people and the relatives are coming to his home. As of now, you can see in the visuals that the people are coming him, because he had a very narrow escape with the terrorists. At that very time, he has also tried to snatch the weapon of the terrorists. We have seen already the Adil who tried to snatch weapons and has saved multiple tourists there. Then after, we have seen that the terrorists came and fired multiple rounds on the Adil. At the same time, there are multiple people here in the Kashmir Valley who has saved the various tourists that time. And right now we'll also try to speak with the Nazakat, who was present at that very time there, and he has told us about the whole situation, what happened that day exactly. We are also gonna speak with the Nazakat. He will tell us the whole situation, how many persons was there at that time when this terror attack happened, and also he will tell us how many tourists were present at that very time. And right now, yes.
All right. I'll come back to you. We will talk to some eyewitnesses, but I'll come back to you on that. Getting some big breaking updates coming in. Search operations have started in South Kashmir, Kulgaon. Big update coming in right now, viewers. A search operation is starting in many areas, including Kulgaon right now. That's what we're learning of. And we have those pictures coming in for you. These are pictures coming in from earlier today from Kulgaon. First and exclusive only on Republic TV. 4 days after the devastating terror attack in Pahalgam, security forces are conducting search operations and anti-terror operations across, I repeat, across the valley. We are seeing multiple search operations being conducted. We showed you pictures also of the search operations which are happening right now. Getting some more updates, exchange of fire between forces and terrorists. Getting some more updates on this. Zinat, search operations underway in South Kashmir, Kulgaon. If you could take our viewers to latest coming in, because the South Kashmir area has multiple forces, multiple battalions, multiple security forces in all corners. Take us to latest coming in. Yes, go ahead. Zinat.
Shivani, the visuals that we beam are from the Gudar village of Kulgam. This is the part of South Kashmir, where 3 days back also there were the exchange of fire between the security forces and the terrorists. Though then the security forces revealed that the terrorists managed to escape, but still the cordon is intact in Kulgam district of South Kashmir. The visuals that we are beaming are from the Gudar village of Kulgam, where the joint forces have observed a suspicious movement of the terrorist, suspicious movement, and they fired 5 shots. Although there has not a retaliation from the terrorist side, we are waiting for more details on it. But this tells you that the operations, anti-terror operations, CASO, search, DASO, hideouts being busted, the terrorist house being demolished, or whatever the action is required from the agencies or from the administration, everything is going well, and the administration and the joint forces are penetrating inside the hideouts of those who are part of terror network or part of terrorism, who are disturbing the peace on ground and are supporting the terror networks. We are seeing that this time the Pulwama is in news where the suspicious movement was observed by the joint forces. Some aerial shots were also fired, and then after the firing shots were heard, the more reinforcement was rushed to the Gudar village of Pulwama.
That is right. Zenith getting a stop updates coming in right now. Search operations underway in Pulwama, and like Zenith is telling us, it's happening in multiple parts because the hunt for terrorists is continuing. It's still continuing in multiple parts. Security forces on high alert. Massive search operations are underway. All right. We're going to some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Let's go to the new breaking news coming in. MOS Defense Sanjay Seth has now said that the entire world is standing with India and the terrorists will not be spared. Citing PM Modi's statement, Seth said PM has promised to teach Pakistan a lesson and that the nation is with the Prime Minister Modi. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Now, MOS Defense, the terrorists will not, I repeat, will not be spared. A strong message coming in. India has already sent a very strong message when it comes to Pahalgam attack. We also have the entire statement of the MOS Defense clearly saying that the whole world is with India and the terrorists will pay for what they did.
देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और होगी, क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है। देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और होगी, क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है।
We're getting some update coming in, viewers. We have got to know a card from the Pakistan High Commission was seen at the Ministry of External Affairs. A staff member from the Pakistan High Commission came out from that vehicle, inquired about the status of a letter submitted here. Details of that, we're still trying to find out what the details of that are. And then was informed by the guards that it is a holiday today. He left post that. So this is an update coming here in Republic TV, viewers, about what has happened a short while back. And let's go straight across to my colleague Soumya from the South Block. Soumya, coming across to you right now, that these are some initial reports coming in. There was a vehicle from the Pakistan High Commission outside the Ministry of External Affairs. A staff member came out and he wanted some kind of an update on some letter, and then he left. And I want you to take our viewers through what did you find out about this incident.
Yes, well, Shivangi, this happened at around 1:30 p.m. Earlier today. The car belonged to the Pakistan High Commission. A man parked the car right here outside the main gate of the Ministry of External Affairs headquarters here in the South Block. He came out from the car. He was in a Pathani salwar that made it look like he was a staff member from the Pakistani High Commission, and then he went up to the main building of the MEA headquarters and later inquired about a letter. A letter was submitted a few days back from Pakistan High Commission's end here at the MEA headquarters, and for that purpose, that what is the update right after the submission of the letter, he had come here to inquire about the updates. However, he was informed by the guards and security personnel who are present here at the moment that it's a holiday today and the concerned officials and the officers are not here at the moment here inside the MEA headquarters, and was asked to return. And after 10 minutes of staying here and waiting, and after he was informed by the security personnel that he could not be helped today because of the holiday, he was asked to return. So these are the developments that we are picking up from outside the MEA headquarters. The details of the letter are still unknown. These are some high-level letters that have been exchanged. An important point to note here is that on 23rd April, a senior official from the Pakistan High Commission was summoned here at the MEA headquarters, and these developments came after that summon. So the details are still unknown. However, this was the development that we picked up from here. Shivangi.
All right, thank you so much for getting those details from South Block in New Delhi. Already we saw massive outrage after we saw somebody carrying a cake to the Pakistan High Commission just a day or two back. But let's go to Rawat. Rawat, I'm coming across to you right now. You have some eyewitnesses with you, and they will speak to the public exclusively. Yes, go ahead, Rawat.
Yes, absolutely, Shrangi. I'm joined by Nazakat, who is right now present with me. He was present there in the Pahalgam when the deadly terror attack took place. Nazakat, आप मुझे बताइए, आप कहाँ थे तब जब वहाँ पर टेररिस्ट आए, उन्होंने जो गोलियाँ चलाई वहाँ?
जी, मैं तो वहीं था, वहाँ बाईसरन वैली में। हम मतलब 22 तारीख को सुबह ही मतलब वहाँ चले गए थे, मतलब घोड़े से 10 बजे, और 12 बजे करीब हम मतलब 1-1.5 घंटा चढ़ने में लगता है, तो 12 बजे हम पहुंच गए थे वहाँ। मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड, जिसको बाईसरन वैली बोला जाता है, मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड बोला जाता है, वहाँ पे चले गए थे। और अंदर हम ग्राउंड में ही थे, मतलब आधे कस्टमर लोग ने हमारे ने जिप लाइन कर ली थी, आधे रील बना रहे थे, वही माहौल था, खुशी का माहौल था। मतलब हम सारे अंदर ही थे, मतलब वो बच्चों के साथ खेल रहा था मैं उस टाइम। तो पहले क्या हुआ कि 1-2 फायर हुए, तो 1-2 फायर जब हुए तो मतलब वो टूरिस्ट ने मुझे पूछा ये क्या हुआ, मैंने सोचा शायद पटाखे फूट रहे हैं, तो ये अंदाज़ा किसी को नहीं था कि फायरिंग होगी। तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि धीरे धीरे वो फायरिंग बढ़ी। जब वो फायरिंग बढ़ी तो सारे लोग मतलब ज़मीन पे लेट गए, तो मैं भी ज़मीन पे लेट गया उनके बच्चों को लेके। तो सारा चीख पुकार हो गया, मतलब वहाँ पे माहौल पूरा डर का हो गया। तो उसी दौरान क्या हुआ कि जब वो फायरिंग बढ़ते बढ़ते आगे गई, तो मैंने पीछे से मतलब उनके बच्चों को उठाया, और वो जो लकी भैया हैं उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और फिर मैं वहाँ से निकला। तो वहाँ से निकला और दौड़ते दौड़ते 8 किलोमीटर में गाड़ी के पास पहुँचा, तो जंगलों में से उनको लाया, फिर उनको गाड़ी में बिठा के वहाँ होटल पे लेके गया, होटल एक्सीलेंट में। और उसके बाद जब मुझे पता चला बदकिस्मती से हमारे 2 कस्टमर पीछे हैं, तो फिर मैं गाड़ी से उतरा, फिर मैं वापस गया नेथु रसोई की तरफ से पैदल गया, और आगे से मतलब वो लोग कस्टमर, वो लेडीज़ 2 भी आ रहे थे, उनको थोड़ा नीचे पहुँचे तो उनका नेटवर्क आया, BSNL नंबर था, उसको मैंने कॉल किया कि आप सेफ़ हो? बोला हाँ हम सेफ़ हैं। नज़ाकत, हमारे बच्चे सेफ़ हैं? मैंने बोला हाँ बिल्कुल सेफ़ हैं, सबको मैंने ले आए हैं, आप ही 2 पीछे हैं। जब वो आए, वो होटल में बहुत मतलब डरे हुए थे, रोने लगे, तो उनको उठाया, हमने श्रीनगर ले गए। श्रीनगर जब हम पहुँचे, लेट पहुँचे, मतलब उन्होंने डिनर किया। उसके बाद मुझे घर वालों ने फ़ोन किया कि मतलब ये कि जो आदिल हुसैन शाह हैं, जो मेरे कज़न ब्रदर हैं, मामा के लड़के हैं, वो भी नहीं रहे इस दुनिया में, वो भी शहीद हो गए उसी दौरान। तो फिर मतलब अगले दिन मुझे आना था जनाजे में, तो उनकी फ़्लाइट नहीं थी, 24 तारीख की थी उनकी फ़्लाइट, तो मैं उनका जनाजा भी बदकिस्मती से नहीं पढ़ पाया जी। तो सेफली उनको पहुंचाया और वो अपने घरों में इस टाइम सेफ पहुंच गए। जो
आदिल की अगर हम बात करें, आपने देखा आदिल ने क्या कुछ किया, आप वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, क्या कुछ हुआ, वो हमें बताइए।
जी, आदिल से पहली मेरी मुलाकात मतलब वही करीब 12:30 बजे हुई थी, तो वो मुझे बता रहे थे चाय के लिए, तो मैंने उनको बोला पहले मैं टूरिस्ट को घुमा लूँगा, फिर हम बैठेंगे चाय पीने। तो उसके बाद ये हुआ कि जब वो वहाँ पे मतलब डर का माहौल हो गया, मतलब वहाँ पे मतलब इंसानियत का सरोसर कत्ल हुआ, तो मैंने खुद नहीं नहीं देखा, मैंने सुना कि आदिल ने जो वहाँ पे मतलब वो दरिंदे आए थे उनसे एक से मतलब उनने वेपन भी छीनी है। वेपन छीनने के मतलब वो उसी दौरान उसको मतलब उन्होंने फायर मारे हैं, तो वो उसी दौरान वो शहीद हुआ है टूरिस्ट को बचाते बचाते, क्योंकि उसने अपनी जान दे बैठा लेकिन टूरिस्ट को बचाया और उसने एक इंसानियत का मिसाल ज़िंदा रखा। आदिल हमारे बीच में अभी भी ज़िंदा है, उसकी इंसानियत ज़िंदा है। वो पूरे कश्मीर के लिए, पूरे इंडिया के लिए वो हीरो है इस टाइम आदिल, उसने जिसने मतलब टूरिस्ट को बचाते बचाते अपनी जान दी।
ओवरऑल बात करें कितने पर्यटक जो है तब वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, क्या आपने देखा कितने टेररिस्ट आए और कहाँ कहाँ उन्होंने गोलियाँ चलाई, कौन सा वेपन उनके पास था?
जी मतलब ये सारा तो मैंने नहीं देखा, मतलब मैंने यही देखा मतलब वहाँ पे डर का माहौल था, मतलब सारी मतलब गोलियाँ, ये समझ आ रही थी गोलियाँ चारों साइड से आ रही हैं, क्योंकि वो मतलब जो मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड है वो जंगल के बीच में एक छोटा मतलब वो पिकनिक स्पॉट है जिसको मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड का लक़ब भी दिया जाता है। तो वहाँ पे वही समझ आया कि चारों साइड से गोलियाँ आ रही हैं। फिर मतलब वो जो जिप लाइन के बैक साइड से मैंने सोचा वो लाइन सेफ होगी, उसी लाइन से मैं टूरिस्ट को निकाल के लेके गया, भागा वहाँ से।
तो कैसे आपने उनको नीचे ले आया, कितने तब गिरे हुए टूरिस्ट थे वहाँ पर जिनको आपने रेस्क्यू किया, या आपकी टीम के साथ कितने लोग थे वहाँ पर?
जी मैंने मतलब एक उनके बच्चे को गोद में लिया, एक को पीछे उठाया और जो लकी भैया था उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और मतलब कीचड़ बहुत था जहाँ पे हमारे शूज़ भी वहीं रह गए, और मतलब उनको मैंने निकाला और जो आधे लोग रास्ते में थे उनको भी मैंने भगाया अपने साथ साथ, और हम बिल्कुल मतलब लगभग 12 से ऊपर मतलब 15-20 लोगों को मैंने रेस्क्यू करके नीचे लाया पहलगाम तक।
आपने कोई कॉल वगैरह भी किया पुलिस को तब रेस्क्यू के लिए जब वहाँ पर वो अटैक हुआ?
जी मैंने कोई कॉल, मैंने उस टाइम मतलब यही बेहतर, वहाँ पे ऊपर तो नेटवर्क आते नहीं है जहाँ बाइसरन है, और उस जंगल में बिल्कुल नेटवर्क नहीं आते हैं नीचे पहलगाम जब नीचे, तो मुझे दूसरा
All right. Okay, so we're getting those that entire narration from eyewitness there, where he was trying to explain what exactly did he see, how outing of tourists turned into a nightmare. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We will be right back, and we will continue to be live and breaking.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर है गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads. The terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in, they basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind,
welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Raksha Mishra. I'm reporting from Srinagar's Lal Chowk, and around us we can see a lot of tourists coming in. As you can see, clicking pictures here. Just 2 days back, we saw that it was a very, very traumatic to see how these shops were shut. But today we see public transport, traffic is in full flow. The shops are fully operational. There are people from across the country who are, in fact, exploring and soaking in the culture of Kashmir. Of course, this has been a big attack, and there is a lot of sorrow as well in Kashmir about what has happened with those 26 innocent Indian lives. Because Pakistan is on back foot again, and our forces are on ground fighting against terror, as no one is going to be spared. The message is loud and clear. We will get you more updates, but first, the headlines.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens the civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan taken to global stage now. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pak High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. The forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. While India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam, but Karnataka Chief Minister says no need to go to war against Pakistan. The action against Pakistan is only intensifying. The crackdown on terror continues, and the latest we have is from Kulgam, where the security forces have launched a search operation along with the security forces. The CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are conducting this anti-terror operation in Kulgam. My colleague Jatin has in fact filed a report from Ground Zero, Kulgam. Take a look.
इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है वो अंदर रिसर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पहुंच रही हैं। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो इक्विपमेंट्स है सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए चाहिए, तमाम जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की जरूरत है वो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो यहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जिसमें सीआरपीएफ के जवान शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के जवान शामिल है, एसओजी के जवान जो है वो शामिल है, और साथ ही जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो भी यहां पर मौजूद है। और आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट यहां पर हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं आशंका इस बात की है कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका, और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया, इस पूरे इलाके को जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया, आवाजाही यहां पर रोक दी गई है, और उसके बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन बड़ी तेजी से चलाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा रहा हूं, अगर मेरे विजय पंकज आगे जाएंगे तो आप देख पाएंगे कि जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट यहां पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हो रही है, वो तमाम अति आधुनिक जो उनके पास हथियार हैं वो लेकर वो लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ की तमाम गाड़ियां आपको यहां पर नजर आ जाएंगी, जो यहां पर फोर्स है उनकी मूवमेंट को आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम जो बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद है, और हर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को जो सैनिटाइज किया जाए। आप देखेंगे घने जंगल यहां पर मौजूद है, फोर्स के जवान जो है यहां पर तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं, और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां जो है वो आगे की तरफ आपको मूव करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छुपे होने की आशंका है, और यही कारण है कि बड़े स्तर पर कुलगाम में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन इन झाड़ियों में किया जा रहा है, बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण ये सर्च ऑपरेशन है। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ के जवान हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस हो, इंडियन आर्मी की टुकड़ी हो, साथ ही एसओजी जो कि स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप है, ये चारों मिलकर बड़ी संख्या में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो चला रहे हैं।
The report, and we have now reports coming in from the Atari Wagah border, where more Pakistani nationals are being deported back to Pakistan. In fact, Pakistani nationals are leaving. We have the visuals. My colleague Sumit Jha joins us live on the broadcast from the Atari border. Sumit, tell us more. What are you witnessing? कितने लोग अभी तक जो हैं वापस भेजे गए हैं पाकिस्तान?
बिल्कुल, मैं सुबह 9 बजे से ही लगातार यहाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ और पाकिस्तानी जो यहाँ से जा रहे थे उनमें एक खामोशी ज़रूर थी, लेकिन गुस्सा भी था और किसी बात का जवाब सीधे मुंह नहीं दे रहे थे। उनमें ये परेशानी थी कि साहब मुझे जाना पड़ा है, लेकिन मैंने जब पूछा कि कई लोगों से कि भाई पाकिस्तान से आए आतंकियों की वजह से लोग मारे गए हैं, आप वहाँ की सरकार को कुछ कहते क्यों नहीं, तो कुछ भी बोलने से कतराते रहे। नंबर्स की बात करें तो करीब करीब 300 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी पिछले 2 दिनों में और आज भी करीब 70 से 80 पाकिस्तानी इसी बॉर्डर से होकर गुजर चुके हैं। सबके पास जो पासपोर्ट और वीज़ा, ये करीब कोई किसी के पास 30 दिन का वीज़ा था, किसी के पास 45 दिन का वीज़ा था और उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने 15 दिन 20 दिन बिताए थे, 5 दिन बिताए थे। किसी के यहाँ शादी थी, आज ही शादी होनी थी, लेकिन शादी में अटेंड करने आए थे, शादी में अटेंड किए बगैर वो वापस जाने के लिए यहाँ से मजबूर हुए। और इसी बॉर्डर से अब से कुछ देर पहले, चूँकि अब यहाँ बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी का वक्त हो गया है और वो उसके लिए जो लोग हैं, पर्यटक हैं, वो देखने आते हैं, तो अब उसका वक्त हो गया है। तो सुबह 10 बजे से 9 बजे के बाद से ही जो एंट्री का सिलसिला था वो अब थमता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। पाकिस्तानी के पास कल तक का वक्त है, 27 अप्रैल तक का अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है, यानी कल तक का वक्त है। कल भी बहुत लोग आ सकते हैं जो बहुत अलग अलग जगहों पर हैं। हमने कुछ लोगों से बात भी की तो वो पाकिस्तानी कुछ इंदौर के थे, कुछ लखनऊ में थे, कुछ मुजफ्फरनगर में। और यहाँ दिखाइए ज़रा, ये उधर से भी, उस बॉर्डर से भी जो भारत के लोग हैं वो गए थे, वो लोग भी लौट रहे हैं। और इनमें से कई ऐसे भारतीय थे जो वहाँ पर भी गए थे और वापस इन्हें लौटना पड़ रहा है। सिक्योरिटी चेक यहाँ पर लगातार हो रहे हैं, चाहे वो पर्यटक हो या कोई भी हो, उनसे लगातार पूछे जा रहे हैं कि आप क्या यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट बन कर आए हैं? टूरिस्ट है सर? अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल, ये आईडी चेक कराई जा रही। तो ये सारे टूरिस्ट हैं, कुछ देर पहले तक पाकिस्तान के लोग यहाँ पर आए थे, पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स, और उन्हें वापस डिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है। लेकिन अब यहाँ से टूरिस्ट के आने का सिलसिला शुरू हो गया है, जो रिट्रीट सेरेमनी होगी अब से कुछ देर बाद। हालांकि उस सेरेमनी में, अटारी बॉर्डर की सेरेमनी में ज़रूर अब तक गेट खोला जाता था, हैंडशेक होता था, लेकिन वो अब नहीं हो रहा है इस पहलगाम अटैक के बाद। बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर ये भी देखने आए थे कि ये पाकिस्तान के लोग जा रहे हैं और इनके मन में क्या कोई ऐसी बात है। हमने भी समझने की कोशिश की कि पाकिस्तानी लोगों की सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान कैसे सोचता है। तो वो कई ऐसे पाकिस्तानी मिले जो इस बात पर आर्गू करने लगे कि नहीं साहब, अभी हम कैसे ब्लेम कर सकते हैं पाकिस्तान को यहाँ रहकर। ये मुझे हैरानी हुई। कई ऐसे लोगों को हमने पूछा कि आपकी सोच क्या है इस अटैक के बाद। अटैक को लेकर वो गलत कहते हैं, लेकिन पाकिस्तान की जब बात हमने की तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये अभी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा, पाकिस्तान को आप कैसे ब्लेम कर सकते हैं। आप समझिए, भारतीय सरजमी पर, इंडियन लैंड पर खड़े होकर पाकिस्तानी ये कहते हैं और पूरी हिम्मत से। तो वहाँ के लोग और कई लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं, ये अमन चैन होना चाहिए, लेकिन अमन चैन अब एक तरफा नहीं होगा और इसीलिए पाकिस्तानियों को वापस भेजा जा रहा है। कई ऐसे पाकिस्तानी मिले जो समझिए कि 5 दिन 4 दिन का वक्त सिर्फ बिता पाए, उनके पास 45 दिन का वीज़ा था और वो फिर वापस यहाँ से उन्हें भेजा गया है। कई ऐसे लोग अभी भी हैं जो अलग अलग इलाकों में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर इंदौर से भी लोग आए, मुजफ्फरनगर से, यूपी के कई इलाकों से लोग आए, पाकिस्तान के जो लोग थे, मेरठ से आए, लखनऊ से आए, दिल्ली से भी आए और राजस्थान से भी कई लोग आए, जो कि इस बॉर्डर से ही आवाजाही मैक्सिमम होती रही है अब तक। वीज़ा के आधार पर आपको इस बॉर्डर से ही एंट्री मिलती है। कुछ लोग ऐसे मिले मुझे जो एंट्री कर चुके थे और उन्हें तुरंत सीधे अब ये न्यूज़ मिला, उन्होंने कहा कि खबर मुझे मिली और मैं अब सीधे यहाँ पर आ गया हूँ क्योंकि अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है। 27 अप्रैल तक वीज़ा आपके पास चाहे 15 दिन का हो, 30 दिन का हो, 45 दिन का हो, या फिर कोई भी वीज़ा हो, 27 अप्रैल तक आपके पास ये वैलिड भी होगा, नहीं तो फिर वो अनवैलिड होगा। उसके बाद अगर आप पाकिस्तानी हैं और यहाँ पर रहते हैं तो कोई भी वीज़ा होगा, आप पकड़े जाएंगे, आपके पास लीगल एक्शन होगा। और ये 29 अप्रैल तक मेडिकल वीज़ा, 29 अप्रैल तक मेडिकल वीज़ा के आधार पर आप रह सकते हैं। ये कल ही निर्देश दे दिया गया है। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को साफ तौर पर कह दिया कि लिस्ट आप बनाइए, लिस्ट तैयार रखिए और लिस्ट को लेकर आप कहिए, जाइए, ढूंढिए उन पाकिस्तानियों को और सीधे सीधे डिपोर्ट कीजिए। तो अब ये कड़ा संदेश यहाँ से, और साथ ही साथ बाकी एक्शन जो लिए जा रहे हैं वो तो लिए ही जा रहे हैं। ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट से जो हम अपने सहयोगियों के जरिए रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से कुलगाम में या कुपवाड़ा में, अनंतनाग में आतंकियों को ढूंढ कर मारा जा रहा है, लेकिन उसके अलावा उन पाकिस्तानियों को भी ढूंढ कर निकाल कर भेजा जा रहा है। और ये संदेश देने के लिए कि साहब अब रिलेशनशिप, संबंध, प्यार, मोहब्बत, ये सब एक साथ नहीं चलेगा। आप गोली बारूद बम बरसाएंगे और साथ में प्यार, तो ये आप एक साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं। और यही कड़ा संदेश देने के लिए अटारी बॉर्डर पर मैं भी खड़ा हूं, और ये संदेश कड़ा जा रहा है अटारी बॉर्डर से।
संदेश में बहुत ज़रूरी है। बहुत शुक्रिया सुमित हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स, एज वी कैन सी, a message been sent out by the tourists also who are here in large numbers at the Lal Chowk. You can see they are all clicking selfies. A while back they were all in groups and talking about where to go. So yes, the message is out and loud. Before we show you more about what's happening here, is some breaking news coming in, viewers. A very wrong message that has been sent by the Congress party. Once again, whenever there is a tragedy, whenever there is a terror attack, you have now the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who has said that there's no need to take any action right now, that there's no need to go to war. And this is, of course, not the first time we've seen the Congress party reacting in such a way when there is an attack. We saw what happened in Pulwama. Questioning the forces has been a template followed by the Congress party. And now we have Siddaramaiah saying that no point taking action now, as if they're giving a clean sheet to Pakistan and we Indians should take it lying down. What has happened, the innocent lives that have been lost. Well, take a listen to this reaction coming in from Siddaramaiah, viewers.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewer. The search operation has now started in South Kashmir's Kulgam. This is, of course, an important update. We have seen that there was a lot of focus on Anantnag. Now, Kulgam, viewers, also now witnessing a very important search operation. And remember, the security forces, the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are conducting this anti-terror operation, and the action has only intensified. I think my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Kulgam. I think she is connected with us right now. Zeenat, what are you picking up as the activity there is intensifying, the operation is intensifying in Kulgam?
See, this is Gudar village of Kulgam in South Kashmir, where the party was observed some suspicious movement and they fired some shots in the air. Although no fire shot were exchanged in this moment, but yes, reinforcement has been rushed to the area because of the suspicious movement that was observed by the joint forces in Gudar village of Kulgam. Apart from Kulgam, we are seeing most of the action taking place in Anantnag district of South Kashmir today. From infiltration routes to the villages in Kulgam, most of the places were searched and scanned by the counter-terrorism units of Jammu and Kashmir police, Rashtra Rifles and the paramilitary troopers like CRPF and the intelligence agencies. 2 houses, rather 3 houses were also demolished. Those belong to the terrorists of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. The action was seen in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. All these three terrorists who are on run have been involved in the Baisaran attack, as the security agencies and the investigating agencies are revealing their they have been part of it, and that has been confirmed by the intelligence agencies, sending a strong message. Not only those who are part of the terror ranks, but also the families are going to pay through their nose. This is an action against a family of the terrorists, where we see the house have been demolished, a complete structure has been brought down, and it has been razed to the ground. At two places the families were not seen, but at one place, which is Kulgam, where the family was seen taking those belongings that have been left. They were trying to scan through the rubble, through the debris, whatever was left behind. Although it was the heart-wrenching scenes, but then you are sending a strong message to those who are supporting the terrorism on the ground, and the message is coming from the Delhi this time. Earlier we have seen not the demolition drives, but we have seen the house of the terrorists or the OGWs getting attached under UAPA, and the family inmates would allowed be to live inside those premises. But now seeing the demolition and giving a strong message to others also, because as of now the 16 terrorists, the local terrorists, have been identified by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the 3 districts that are active at present. So now the fear has also been created among the population. Their kith and kins or their son is in the terror bristle. Now they are fearing that whether their homes, their residences, their places will also be hit, because yesterday the 2 residences, 2 places, one in Tral, another in Anantnag, was demolished, and then midnight another operation was carried in the South Kashmir districts where 3 houses were demolished. There will be a demolition drive tomorrow also? That only the time will tell, because the security forces, the intelligence agencies are quite convinced that whoever has carried this attack, they will be reaching to the logical conclusions till they arrest them, nab them, neutralize them. Ultimately, the country is looking to avenge the death and of those who have been killed in the Baisaran attack. Yes, Rakshita.
Yes, thanks so much, Zina, for joining us. But in fact, we have some more breaking news coming in. Viewers, at least 14 active terrorists have been identified by the forces and the agencies. That's what we're breaking. 14 active terrorists from Srinagar, from Shopian, from Pulwama. Security forces have identified these local terrorists. These are active local terrorists across various districts. And this list includes individuals affiliated with the groups such as the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Hizbul Mujahideen, and the resistance from the TRF. So these are at least 14 active terrorists that have been identified by the security forces, and that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. Zeenat, I think Zeenat is back with us. Zeenat, well, of course, very important to identify these active terrorists, but also, of course, hunt them down. Tell us more, please, about these 14 terrorists.
See, Rakshita, now we are seeing that the security agencies are zeroing as far the local terrorist network is concerned. They have identified 14 terrorists, and those all hail from Srinagar, Shopian and Pulwama. That means one is from the Central Kashmir, and the 2 districts that have been touched are from the South Kashmir. When it comes to the local terrorists who have been active, most of the terrorists come from Jaish, Lashkar, and 1 or 2 from the Hizbul Mujahideen, which is a homegrown terror network or the terror outfit. From Sopore, they have identified Adil Rahman, who's a 19-year-old boy and has been active since 2021. That means in the terror business for around 5 years, and he's also the district commander of LET. Then we come to Avantipora, part of Pulwama, South Kashmir, where Asif has been identified, who's active since 2022. From Pulwama, it is Abdur Rashid Sheikh and Haris Nazir. Again in LET terrorists active since 23. That means they joined the business 2 years back. Then as far as Shopian is concerned, Asif Khande, who is from Hizbul Mujahideen, a homegrown terror network active since 2015. That means a decade-long time he has given in terror business. And quite active and a commander of Hizbul Mujahideen. Then again Shahid Kutte, who's active since 2023, and again we saw a demolition drive at his residence today. Zubair Wani, he's from Anantnag but with the HM, and Harun Ganai, he's active since June 21. Pulwama Zakir Ganai. Yes, Zakir Ganai is the same person, same terrorist who's active since 2023, active with the LET outfit, and whose house has also been demolished. These are the numbers and the figures and the identity of those 14 active terrorists who hails from Srinagar, Pulwama and Kulgam.
Right. In fact, Zinat, I just request you to please stay on with us because the forces are going all out. It's an all-out war against terror. And now we have some news coming in from Sopore. Now, Sopore police has conducted a search at the residence of a Jamaat Islami-linked individual. Incriminating material linked to the banned outfit was seized during the search, which was conducted in the presence of executive magistrates and independent witnesses, ensuring full legal compliance and procedural transparency. You know, Zinat, there was a lot of talk about Jamaat Islami, and when it was banned, there were parties here that were condemning this ban. And now, of course, we see that even if those outfits got banned, we still understand that they have linkages behind the terrorist activities, and now there is supposed to be a crackdown on that.
Yes, Rakshita. Now see, from South Kashmir, we are heading to North Kashmir in our coverage. And this is district Sopore where this incident had happened. Although Jamaat-e-Islami, this time we saw they participated in the elected government process. They were the part of the election process. Many of the candidates also filled their forms. They chose to be, they were the part of the campaigning. Although most of the Jamaat members who fought these elections during the assembly election, they all lost. But then they have been showing their loyalty towards the Constitution of India. There were multiple reports from the Jamaat-Islami members that they do believe in the Constitution of the country. But then you see the ground support does not go that easily, and these members, despite because of the fear of the security forces, investigating agencies, they try to give a public posturing of disassociating themselves from the Jamaat-e-Islami membership. But on ground their roots are intact, and now we're seeing that the government of India is coming heavily on the Jamaat-e-Islami members. That one of the incident again has been reported from Sopore. Yesterday, you remember, one incident had taken place in Handwara where the Jamaat-e-Islami member was questioned in front of the Lambardar. Investigating agencies were also there. So in North Kashmir, the Jamaat has a foothold, because if you remember the Hurriyat Hawk, late Ali Shah Gilani, who was also known for the terror master of Jammu and Kashmir, has got involved in multiple things from terror business to hartal and strike calls. He hailed from Sopore. So Sopore has an edge for Jamaat-e-Islami from the very beginning, and even after the death of Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, Jamaat still holds ground in Sopore of North Kashmir.
Right, Azina, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you continue to track these operations that are, of course, only in pursuit of this fight against terror and bringing justice to those victims. Now, viewers, we show this real face of the Pakistani army. This is a report we're showing you. London, the Pakistani embassy, outside the embassy in London, there was a lot of protest that was witnessed. Hundreds of Indians had in fact taken out protests. But there was a Pakistani army colonel, defense attaché. He came out on the balcony and started threatening the Indians. It was rubbing salt on wounds. It was an obscene gesture, and it was the evil face once again visible to the entire world. He was gesturing at the Indians that the slit-throating gesture, and also he held a placard of IAF Group Captain Abhinandan. Here's more.
Hindu Muslim Sikh Itihad Zindabad Zindabad Pakistan South terrorism Pakistan South terrorism
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam. A top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defence attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defence attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defence establishment. As Aratul Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH.
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कसम रही है
गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল.
There are many places to study journalism within four walls. But if you want to live it and learn live, come to the Republic School of Journalism. At Republic School of Journalism, our campus is your classroom. You learn live inside Asia's largest integrated news center. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, viewers, we continue to get you live updates as I report from Srinagar's Lal Chowk right now. And it's, of course, a story that we will be on throughout the day. We are showing you the anti-terror operations, what is happening across, what is happening alongside the border. And, of course, the politics also that is blowing up. We will get you more, but first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour.
Is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan, Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens the civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan taken to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam. But Karnataka Chief Minister says that there's no need for war against Pakistan. All right, viewers, there is breaking news coming in right now. The MOS for Defence, Sanjay Seth, has said that the entire world is standing with India and the terrorists will not be spared. Citing Prime Minister Modi's statement, Sanjay Seth says that the Prime Minister has promised to teach Pakistan a lesson and that the nation is with Prime Minister Modi. Let's take a listen to Union Minister of State for Defence, Sanjay Seth.
देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता और हम कह सकते हैं जितनी कार्रवाई है जायज है, कार्रवाई और क्योंकि जो घृणित कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है।
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. Kupwara police along with the Indian armed forces have successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. A large cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered, including the 5 AK series rifles and 1 pistol. Operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs. Combing operations are ongoing in the area to ensure that there are no additional threats. And we continue to get you more updates. Zenat is in fact moving towards North Kashmir. Zenat, tell us more updates about this very important operation that is underway right now.
say North Kashmir has witnessed one incident in Sopore where the operation was carried. Then other we saw in Kupwara along the line of control where the 12 Siklai along with Kupwara police has busted a hideout, and this is in Matsil village. This is quite close to the line of control where a huge cache of arms and ammunitions have been recovered. That includes the pistols, ammunitions, rounds, AK-47 and other ammunitions that have been recovered from the Kupwara hideout. And this is also a time telling the people that the forces are working round the clock. They are active on the ground. The alertness is there, and it is also to see that the forces, apart from trying to nab or neutralize the terrorists, they are also trying to avoid the tragedies that could have been carried using these kind of ammunition or the arms. The Pakistan trying to push infiltration in the form of the dreaded terrorists that we have seen in Baramulla recently, where the two terrorists, Pak origin terrorists, got neutralized, and then a huge cache of arms and ammunition today recovered from the Kupwara of Matsil's Kupwara, where the huge cache of arms and ammunitions were recovered. This is more like that if this ammunition and arms could have penetrated into the hinterland and it would have got circulated among the terror networks, then there would are the chances that they could have carried a strike or would have disturbed the law and order. But before it could have reached to hinterland, the threat was neutralized itself in Matsil Bowl, where this operation was carried by 12 Siklai, which is a part of Indian Army. Indian Army carried the operation. They bust this entire terror network and also recovered huge cache of arms and ammunition from the Kupwara along the line of control.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with those details, viewers. We also have in the meanwhile getting in more updates from other parts. We have now Pulwama surge operation update. The security forces conducting search operations in Pulwama, action intensifying against Pakistan, and there is zero tolerance for any of these terrorists or anyone who supports these terrorists in any which way. Along with the security forces, the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are present at the spot. My colleague Jatin has filed this report from Pulwama. Take a listen in.
के जहां जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है वो अंदर रिसर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पहुंच रही हैं। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो इक्विपमेंट रिसर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए चाहिए, तमाम जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की जरूरत है, वो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो यहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जिसमें सीआरपीएफ के जवान शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के जवान शामिल है, एसओजी के जवान जो है वो शामिल है, और साथ ही जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो भी यहां पर मौजूद है। और आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट यहां पर हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं आशंका इस बात की है कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका, और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया। इस पूरे इलाके को जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया, आवाजाही यहां पर रोक दी गई है, और उसके बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन बड़ी तेजी से चलाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा लूं, अगर मेरे विजय पंकज आगे जाएंगे तो आप देख पाएंगे कि जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट यहां पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हो रही है, वो तमाम अति आधुनिक जो उनके पास हथियार हैं वो लेकर वो लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ की ये तमाम गाड़ियां आपको यहां पर नजर आ जाएंगी। जो यहां पर फोर्स है उनकी मूवमेंट को आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम जो बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद है, और हर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को जो सैनिटाइज किया जाए। आप देखेंगे घने जंगल यहां पर मौजूद है, फोर्स के जवान जो है यहां पर तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं, और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां जो है वो आगे की तरफ आपको मूव करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छुपे होने की आशंका है, और यही कारण है कि बड़े स्तर पर कुलगाम में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन इन झाड़ियों में किया जा रहा है, बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण ये सर्च ऑपरेशन है। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ के जवान हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस हो, इंडियन आर्मी की टुकड़ी हो, साथ ही एसओजी जो कि स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप है, ये चारों मिलकर बड़ी संख्या में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो चला रहे हैं। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ मूवमेंट लगातार बहुत तेजी से यहां पर हो रही है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की, और राउंड अप करते हुए आपको लोग जो आर्मी एसओजी के जवान हैं वो आपको यहां पर नजर आएंगे, और इस पूरे इलाके को इस तरीके से कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया।
All right, viewers, now we are shifting focus to the Wagah-Tari border, where the Pakistani nationals continue to be deported. Remember, viewers, this as the 48-hour deadline is ending, and many of the states have begun the deportation of Pak nationals after centre's advisory. India, remember, had ordered the deportation of all Pakistani nationals following the Pahalgam terror attack. And Bihar, Karnataka, several other states have started identifying and removing these residents as per Home Minister Amit Shah's directive, as per the centre's directive. Union Home Minister, remember, had directed all the states yesterday to identify and deport Pakistani citizens, not even wait for the 48-hour deadline, but deport them, identify them and deport them with immediate effect as soon as possible. India has also suspended visa services for Pakistanis post Pahalgam attack, and we have hundreds of Pakistani nationals who have been deported so far, and Wagah Atari border, a very important entry point. We see many Pakistani nationals who enter India via the Atari border, that's in Punjab, and today we are going to get you more updates as we will show you a report from ground zero from the Atari border. And this is of course a diplomatic strike. It's part of India's diplomatic strike against Pakistan, and all across the length and breadth of the country, these Pakistani nationals are being deported. All right, viewers, let's take a quick roundup of all other stories that we're tracking for you right now. The Assam government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. The Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have already been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistani posts on their social media handles, and more could follow. It added that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official at the state government says Pakistan nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed the officials to start the process of identifying and deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. Puri said that leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack on the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan. He said it was just the beginning, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted in UN headquarters in New York City. The career diplomat said that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said that the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो. इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए.
Union Minister Shrikant Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said that the Pakistani Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए जांच क्या करेंगे, चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है. पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे. बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं. ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए. वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे.
और आप डायरेक्टर हो क्या मेरे? Suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in wake of Pahalgam terror attack. Haryana Minister Anil Vij said not a drop of water would go across the border come what may. He said India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said Pakistani is already short of food and will soon experience crippling water situation.
अब आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा सिंधु नदी. और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है. हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे. अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया.
Breaking news coming in right now. IGBSF has visited forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid a prevailing situation. Now, IGBSF Rajasthan ML Garg carried out three-day long border visit from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF has also reviewed the arrangements at the border outposts in districts of Jaisalmer and Bikaner. He held a review meeting at the sector headquarters Jaisalmer with all the security agencies and the local administration also involved in there. IGBSF said the border security force is vigilant and committed to the protection of the international border, and is fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. Goswami, tell us more about the IGBSF who is visiting the forward areas along the India-Pakistan international border. Please tell us more details.
Yes, Rakshita, it is the IG of the Border Security Force, Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who has carried out 3-day-long visit to the international border in the Rajasthan. It is the Indo-Pakistan international border, wherein he has visited during the current prevailing security scenario. And also comes the first statement from the Border Security Force on the challenge being posed by the adversary. ML Garg, during a meeting, has said that BSF is committed to protection of the border and also is capable enough to counter any challenge thrown by the adversary. So, very clear-cut message coming from the IGBSF of the Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who carried out the post-to-post visit from Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar. It was a 3-day-long visit, that is what we are picking up. And during this visit, he has also held meetings with the Rajasthan police for the law and order and also the intelligence agencies to look into every input that is being developed by the intelligence agencies with regards to any misadventure from Pakistan, because the situation that is prevailing on the international border, with the way Pakistan trying to provoke India on the line of control, in all likelihood there are possibilities that Pakistan may try to foment the trouble on the international border as well. And that's why a heightened security grid is being maintained on the international border from Jammu and Kashmir to Rajasthan to Punjab to Gujarat. Everyone at the international border is keeping a high level alertness, and now a 3-day visit of the IGBSF Rajasthan Frontier that comes to an end. In the 3 days, he has gone to every forward village and the border outpost of the Rajasthan Frontier of the Border Security Force and has reviewed the security scenario. Important to mention that he has also held a series of meetings, not only in Jaisalmer but also in the Sri Ganganagar with the local authorities. He has gone deliberate inputs from the input agencies, that they have the inputs, what are the inputs, how they will be worked upon. Also, the meetings were held with the local police so that BSF can work in coordination with the local police and thwart any threat from across the border, because we have seen that in the Rajasthan also Pakistan has been making the misadventure of pushing narcotics, weapons into the Indian territory using the drones that have been foiled time and again by the BSF. But at this crucial juncture, when the escalations are increasing from the Pakistani side, which is fearing the retaliation from India in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, now IGBSF himself going to the forward post of the border security force in the Sri Ganganagar and the Jaisalmer sectors of the border security force shows that the top brass of the BSF too is on the ground, hitting the ground, so as not only for a morale booster but also to get a sense of the idea that is the situation which prevails on the ground, because it is very important. We have seen that for the last 2 days Pakistan's misadventure has begun on the line of control where it is provoking India, and now it is in all likelihood Pakistan.
Right, good Simran. Right, good Simran. Right, the IGBSF, of course, monitoring the situation right now, and that's what we are covering. We continue to get you more updates, viewers. Let's take a look at some more stories that we are tracking as we continue to get you a sense of what's happening around Lal Chowk. The tourists are here, the shops are flourishing, and there is an answer that should be given back to Pakistan, that the Indians are united, that everybody on this soil is united, and they want that the tourists should come back. The tourists should be enjoying this part of the country, which is very much their own part of the country. We shift our focus to other stories. As a probe continues in the Pahalgam terror attack, there are more updates that are coming in. Now, Ekta Tiwari, there's a story of a woman who was here in Pahalgam during the terror attack, and she had in fact identified a man whose photo was released in the sketches, one of the terrorists behind this attack, and the sketches were released, and she says that she did spot that man in Pahalgam, and he was coordinating with some people on the phone line. Here's more on that. Take a look at this report.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to Republic, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज प्लान ए ब्रेक फेल, ये पहला कोडवर्ड मैसेज था।
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें बेच दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में बेच दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है। घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था।
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
All right, we have some more breaking news coming in as we speak. There is an update coming in as 14 active terrorists from Srinagar, Shopian and Pulwama have been identified, and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir are searching for them. The list includes individuals affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Taiba and other fronts, Jaish-e-Mohammed as well, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also the terrorist resistance, the resistance front, that is the TRF. So that's the breaking news we have. There are, of course, all-out combing operations and the search operations that are underway right now across several parts of South Kashmir, also in North Kashmir as well now. But in Srinagar and Shopian and Pulwama, there are at least 14 active terrorists that have been identified. Security forces in Jammu and Kashmir have identified a number of active local terrorists across various districts. The list includes individuals affiliated with the groups such as Lashkar and Hizbul Mujahideen as well. And Viewers, Republic TV continues to bring you more updates from across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir as we track the war against terror and also what is happening in Kashmir, showing you around what is happening, what are the people of Kashmir saying, and of course every response that should be given back to Pakistan. We will be tracking everything, but right now we simply a short break. Don't go anywhere.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कसम है गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারি না কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিসটেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক
हरे कृष्णा मैं भक्त भागवत एक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ मैं रिपब्लिक भारत और अर्नब गोस्वामी जी के इस मिशन में उनके साथ हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है क्योंकि इसकी वजह से हम इस भारत के दिव्य ज्ञान को इस संस्कृति को पूरे विश्व में फैला सकते हैं जैसे प्रभुपाद जी ने सारे विश्व में प्रचार किया था हरे कृष्णा हरि बोल
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pulwama. Search operations underway. Forces launched search operations at Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist, incriminating material linked to the banned outfit seized during the search. Indian Army successfully bust a terrorist hideout in the Machil area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. Large cache of arms, ammunition recovered, including AK rifles. Pakistan defense attaché publicly threatens Indians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London. Protests against Pakistan take to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. As India fights back Pakistan terror, we're getting in some more breaking news on the show. We're only focusing on our counter-terror operations. Latest breaking news now coming in. Pakistani nationals leaving from Atari Wagah border in Amritsar after India issued a deadline for Pakistani nationals to leave the country. These are pictures coming in from the Atari Wagah border of the Pakistani nationals who were asked to leave within 48 hours. Different categories. Those with SARC visas asked to leave. Their deadline ended day before yesterday. Yesterday was the deadline also for those holding other kinds of visas, including medical visas. So these are pictures coming in of Pakistani nationals heading back after that deadline ended. Here's a report.
मैं सुबह से अटारी बॉर्डर पर खड़ा हूं और सुबह से ही पाकिस्तानियों के आने का सिलसिला जारी था। अब धीरे धीरे वो सिलसिला थमता जा रहा है क्योंकि अब जो बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी रोज शाम को, हालांकि उस सेरेमनी में भी अब बदलाव है। अब गेट नहीं खुलेगा और दोनों सेना के बीच में जो हैंडशेक होता था वो नहीं होगा। तो उसके लिए भी जो पर्यटक हैं वो अब आना शुरू कर चुके हैं। लेकिन साथ ही साथ अब आपको बताएं कि करीब करीब 300 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी इन 2 दिनों में, पिछले 2 दिनों में और आज भी करीब करीब 70 से 80 पाकिस्तानी गए हैं वापस और उन्हें भेजा गया है। कई लोगों से हमने बात की। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर फंक्शन में आए थे, शादी अटेंड करने आए थे। आज ही के दिन शादी होनी थी लेकिन उन्हें अब ठहरना नहीं है, उन्हें रुकना नहीं है। सीधे कह दिया गया अल्टीमेटम 27 अप्रैल तक है, निकलिए आप। और साथ ही साथ जो कुछ लोग मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आए थे उनका ट्रीटमेंट भी अगर हुआ नहीं हुआ, आपको निकलना है, आपको जाना है। कुछ लोग गुस्से में नजर आए, कुछ लोग बात तक करने से हिचक रहे थे, कुछ लोग इनकार कर रहे थे और यहाँ पर सबके सिक्योरिटी चेक की जा रही है। कुछ पर्यटक हैं जो यहाँ पर परेड देखने आए हैं, बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी देखने आए हैं। हालांकि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट, आइडेंटिटी कार्ड जो है वो मांगा जा रहा है। आप देखिए कि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट चेक किया जा रहा है कि आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंट क्या है, इंडियन है या पाकिस्तान के आप नागरिक हैं, और उसके बाद फिर आगे एंट्री दी जा रही है। कुछ जो भारत के लोग हैं जो पाकिस्तान गए थे वो भी वापस आ रहे हैं। उनसे भी हमने कई लोगों से बात की जो वहाँ पाकिस्तान चले गए थे, उन्हें भी वहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान अब यही कर सकता है भारत ने जो किया उसके जवाब में।
Search operations continue in different parts of Kashmir. Search operations underway. A Jamaat-e-Islami linked suspect. Gursimran joining us with the details. Gursimran, across Kashmir, There are different operations underway to crack down and to weed out anybody linked to terror.
Yes, Niranjan, large-scale anti-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir, and this is to ensure that the perpetrators and their supporter and the ecosystem that is there of the Pakistan-based terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir that can be dismantled. From the Shopian to Kulgam to Anantnag to Pulwama, we are witnessing that door-to-door search operations are being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Special Operations Group of the J&K Police, CRPF and Indian Army. These operations are aimed at dismantling the entire ecosystem of the terror that is there in the Kashmir Valley, which is helping these terror groups in revival post-abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the top commanders of every Tanzim in Kashmir, be it Lashkar, Jaish, Hizbul Mujahideen, their entire leadership was wiped out. But this ground infrastructure, this overground ecosystem that was there for these terror groups, that was helping these terror groups to revive, and this was the sole reason behind the attack that has taken place on the pilgrims in Pahalgam, on the tourists in Pahalgam, in which we saw 26 tourists were killed by the Pakistani terrorists, these innocent civilians. And now the entire ecosystem is the dismantling it is the aim of the security forces, and that is what we are witnessing on ground. The Special Operations Group conducting the input-based operations. Also, in the previous FIRs, the Jamaat-e-Islami groups, those who are associated with the banned Jamaats, they are also being thoroughly scanned and searched by these authorities so that their modus operandi can be detected and also they can be curbed from supporting these terrorists, because the terrorists are Pakistani, but they are getting every kind of a possible support from the ground in Kashmir. That is making it really very challenging for the security forces to track them down. And now the focus is that the perpetrators have to be neutralized. That is what the forces are hunting for. But apart from the perpetrators, the main aim of these operations are to dismantle the entire ecosystem that is prevailing on ground, because once the ecosystem is finished, then there will not be any additional support system for the terrorists, and then they have to be go, that's for sure. And that is what the ground is witnessing, where Zenith and Irawat are reporting from, that how large-scale anti-terror operations are underway. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. These are pictures coming in of the different search operations underway in Sopore, where suspects are being raided. Getting in details now of the IGBSF visiting forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid the prevailing situation. IGBSF Rajasthan ML Garg carrying out 3-day-long border visits from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF reviewing the security arrangements at border outposts in the district of Jaisalmer and also Bikaner. These are pictures coming in. IGBSF held a review meeting at the sector headquarters Jaisalmer with all security agencies in the local administration, considering the current situation with Pakistan. IGBSF saying that the border security force is vigilant, committed to the protection of the international border and fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. So our forces and the men leading our forces, different branches, taking stock, leading from the front. Gursimran, going back to him. Gursimran, BSF mans the international border, also taking stock and ensuring, this is the IGBSF pictures coming in of him taking stock in Jaisalmer.
Yes, Niranjan, and also the statement that is coming from the Border Security Force that they are committed to the protection of the border and also to give a reply to any challenges being posed on the border. So very clear that on the prevailing scenario, the BSF has come out with their stand very clear that they are alert to give adversary any befitting reply, because on the international border there lies a possibility that Pakistan may resort to the misadventure, because in the line of control we have seen Pakistan resorting to these kind of a ceasefire violations that are taking place. But now the BSF that has been deployed on the Indo-pak international border, they too are alert to any situation. They are ensuring that the adversary is given a befitting reply, and they are also keeping a tab on each and every development that is taking place. In the BSF Rajasthan frontier, the IG ML Garg has visited the forward areas of Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar, from every border outpost to meeting the officials to holding the security assessment meetings. He has ensured, he has taken stock of the inputs that are with the intelligence agencies so that they can be worked upon, because Rajasthan continues to be one of those borders borders where Pakistan has their nefarious eyes on. They have been pushing the narcotics and weapons into the Rajasthan international border. That has been foiled many a times by the alert troops of the border security force. So this continues to be a challenge for the BSF, the Pakistan's nefarious plots, and also the prevailing scenario that is there, the tensions that have escalated between both the countries after the Pahalgam terror attack. There lies a possibility that Pakistan may try any misadventure on any of the international borders, because on the line of control they are doing so. So that is why Emil Garg held a 3-day long visit to the international border, in which every minute challenge was discussed thoroughly, and what can be the result to it, what can be the countermeasure to the threats that are being posed. Everything was thoroughly discussed during this meeting that has taken place for 3 days at different, from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer, the sector headquarters where he has visited along with the DIGs of the intelligence wing of BSF.
Okay, stay with us. Getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Pictures of the operations in different parts of Kashmir. Now from Kulgam, the action intensifying against Pakistan forces detecting suspicious movement in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Security forces have conducted search operations in Kulgam along with forces CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir police also present. Suspicious movement in Kulgam. Zinat joining us live from Shopian. Zinat.
Murran, this was a suspicious moment that was observed by the counter-terrorism grid of Pulwama. This is an operation of SOG Pulwama along with Army and the CRPF, the paramilitary troopers. They have been in the cordon and search operation when they observed a suspicious movement in the Gudur village of Kulgam in South Kashmir. They fired upon the moment, although there is no exchange of fire, but we are seeing the forces are maintaining and are not leaving the ground, because the combing operations are also taking place for the last 3 days. The first exchange of fire in Kulgam was reported from the Arbal village where the terrorists were hiding. Since then, for the last 2 days, the forces are holding the fort in Kulgam. Most of the villages are under scanner, under the radar. Even the aerial surveillance was also witnessed early in the day when these forces launched this operation in the Gudur village where the suspicious moment was observed.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Zinat, be with me. I'm getting in non-stop breaking news updates on Pakistan. And I'm going across to the next bit of update coming in from Maharashtra. This update coming in from Maharashtra, where there is a review of the number of Pakistani citizens following the Pahalgam terror attack. Mumbai police has identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city of Mumbai. Officials confirming that the exit permits were issued to 9 individuals yesterday, while the remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. According to the Maharashtra government data, 5,037 Pakistani nationals reside in the state of Maharashtra. 107 untraceable, 34 living illegally. The highest number is in Nagpur, where 2,458 Pakistanis live, reportedly. Followed by Thane, where there are 1,106 Pakistanis. In Jalgaon, Pakistani nationals are 393 number. In Pimpri Chinchwad, 290 Pakistanis. Navi Mumbai, 239 Pakistanis. Authorities are intensifying efforts to trace, regulate the status of these individuals post the recent security concerns, and the government has asked all Pakistani nationals to please pack up and go back to your country. Please go back to Pakistan where you came from. We don't want you on our land. Mumbai police has now identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city. Officials have confirmed that exit permits were issued to 9 of them yesterday. Exit permit, one-way ticket, please leave Mumbai, go to Pakistan and don't come back. And remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. That's the breaking news update coming in on the number of Pakistanis that are living in different parts of Maharashtra. Amid the ongoing protests against Pakistan, it's not just in India where Pakistan is facing protests. There is global anger over the Pahalgam terror attack. And these pictures are from the UK, where Indian diaspora was protesting outside the Pakistan High Commission. And then while they were protesting, a Pakistan defense attaché comes to the balcony and then he shows his country's true colors. What would you do if you were a diplomat, an envoy, a defense attaché who's standing on the balcony of a Pakistan High Commission? He gestures to the Indian crowd that Pakistanis will slit the throats of Indians. That's who Pakistanis really are. Look at this video.
हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख इतिहास जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद पाकिस्तान
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam, a top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's Defence Attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rahat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani Defence Attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As Rattle Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
Top headlines from across the country now. Assam government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices. Apologists, the Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistan posts on their social media handles, and more could follow, adding that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. Ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra moving to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. Top official in the state government saying Pakistan nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by the 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami directing officials to start the process of identifying deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched an attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored, vetted from across the border, saying leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning, rather, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly attacks.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज़ अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneet Kaur calling on United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York. The career diplomat saying that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus against Pakistan, saying the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan and its terror groups in light of the attack in Pahalgam.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है। पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो, इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए।
Union Minister Shukandar Majumdar mocking Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe over the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister saying the Pakistan Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India would strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard. Getting in reports of a big explosion in Iran, a massive explosion at the Bandar Abbas port, injuring at least 115 people in Iran. Huge damage reported. Cause of the explosion still not known. This is a big explosion that took place today at the Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas, a big port city located about 1,000 kilometers south of Tehran. The explosion and the subsequent fire. These are pictures of the blast. There are different videos, in fact, that are making the rounds. We will play out all these videos. There are different videos, at least from 4 to 5 different angles. We should be able to put out the videos. These videos from different angles, vantage points, showing that there was a major explosion there. This was in the Sina Container Yard, a facility affiliated with Iran's Ports and Maritime Organization. Different news agencies reporting that the initial investigations indicate negligence in storage of inflammable materials at the site. And despite previous safety warnings issued by officials, the accident or the explosion took place, highlighting ongoing concerns about the safety of the port. Now, these are details coming in. Just to tell you a little bit about the port. The port is the most advanced container. There are different videos, please. Let's use the 4 or 5 different videos that are coming in. Yeah, that's a different video. So let's take camera 1, video 1, video 2, video 3 to show you what it looks like from different angles. The Shahid Rajai port is the most advanced container terminal in Iran, serving as a critical hub for container traffic. It also houses oil tanks, petrochemical facilities, making it a vital site for both commercial and industrial operations in the region. Explosion is a big blow to Iran's port operations and also the local economy in Iran. And this incident, this explosion comes after a history of challenges faced by the port, including a major cyber attack in May 2020, which was reportedly carried out by Israel. The attack had caused significant disruptions to the port's transport operations, further underlining the vulnerability of such critical infrastructure. The explosion at Bandar Abbas highlighting the risks associated with industrial operations in busy ports. And as authorities continue to investigate the cause, this explosion raising questions about safety protocols, preparedness of facilities, handling hazardous materials as well. There's an update on the story that Iranian media is claiming that at least 400 people are injured in this explosion. That is an update that we have right now. The number of those injured in the Iran blast has gone up to 400. We should be able to get in more details. Most of the reports saying that this is because of an explosion at a storage facility. We don't have a confirmation of that. No official word coming in from Iran. First responders are still at site. Evacuation is still underway. The blast reportedly from containers that were stored at this particular port, which is also, you're looking at, the screens where it looks like it's a storage area. Left of your screens, huge plumes of smoke from that region. This is at the Shahid Rajai port in Iran's Bandar Abbas city. The Iranian state media putting the number of those injured to at least 400 now. 400 is the number that we have. And these are latest videos coming in. Latest videos coming in as nearly 400 are injured here. The port activities have been suspended to extinguish the fire. That's what the news agencies are reporting. Many people were probably injured or even killed in the incident, is what eyewitnesses are reported to have said. This particular explosion was where the containers were stored in this wharf area. And those who are being evacuated are being transferred to medical centers in nearby vicinities. The explosion seen from many kilometers away as well. This big explosion has hit the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas in 2020. It's not the first time that it has been in the news. For example, in 2020, there was another cyber attack. That time around, it was carried out by Israel. It was targeted by a cyber attack that caused significant backups in surrounding areas. And Israel was likely behind the attack, is what was reported earlier. That was the claim of the media in Iran. And these explosions come at a time when US is talking to Iran. There is a nuclear talks that are underway. And these talks are on between America and Iran. It's a critical time for Iran and America. And of course, we can't link any of that because we don't know what really happened here. It could have been just an explosion of a container. And these are visuals that are coming in from Iran of the explosion. Some numbers suggesting that nearly 400 people were injured. There could be many casualties. That number could be changing rapidly. This is a developing situation in Iran as well. Several feared dead after this massive explosion at Iran's Bandar Abbas airport. This is also being reported by the state television in Iran that confirms that at least 400 people have been injured. We'll take a short break here on Republic and we'll come back with this and more. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कसम तिरगी
गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন
The big breaking story from Iran, where there has been an explosion at a very critical port city in Iran, at the Bandar Abbas city, at the Rajai port. There has been a big explosion, over 400 people injured. This is the first video that came in. There are 5 or 6 videos, and here on Republic TV, we're getting you every angle of this breaking story. It's a developing story. 1,000 kilometers from Tehran, this port city is very critical to Iran, and at least 280 people, that's the earlier number that came in. It's now gone up to almost 400. A big explosion shaking Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas, a key southern port. Look at that, another video coming in showing the extent of that blast that was visible from many kilometers away. Doesn't seem like a normal blast, doesn't seem like a normal explosion. a high-intensity explosion that has taken place in Iran. Some reports trying to suggest that this could have been at the container facility and some flammable material may have exploded, but it appears to be much more than that. It appears to be much bigger than that. Iranian media are so far tight-lipped about the cause of the explosion, and we are only getting to know the details, of course, from the state media. Look at that. Plumes of smoke seen in the air, many kilometers into the sky, and the number of injured that we have as of now is nearly 400. That's the official number that we have. Look at that. That's a key port facility. You can see many trucks, many containers, many go-downs, many storage facilities at the Shahid Rajai port in Bandar Abbas. The cause of this explosion is not known yet. It appears an entire region was burnt down and not just one particular container or one particular specific spot there at the Shahid Rajai port. And Iranian news agencies, state media reporting that they fear the casualty numbers could go up, even though the official number of people injured, according to the Iranian media, is 400. There were a large number of port workers present at the time of explosion in Iran. Took place about roughly 2 to 3 hours ago in Iran. And the Tasneem news agency in Iran, citing that the local emergency services reporting that injured people from the port. Look at that, 4 videos that we have, and the number of videos that we have will be increasing in the next few minutes. Also getting in live updates from Iran here on Republic TV. Many people injured from the Shahid Rajai port explosion being transferred to the Hormozgan hospital so far. This is an update coming in from the Tasneem news agency. Now let me tell you a little more of what we are picking up from the news agencies in Iran. No reported casualties, 400 injured. And head of the province crisis management is quoted on record as saying that the blast was caused by explosion of several containers stored in the Shahid Rajai port wharf area. So this is the first report that we have, the first quote on record, showing what may have happened there. And from the first report that we have, the province crisis management official showing that this could have been an explosion of several containers that just exploded in the Shahid Rajai port wharf area. It is critical, and the story is developing. In fact, the number is now gone up to 406. 406 people who are now injured after that massive explosion at Iran's port city of Bandar Abbas. Let's get you some more details. Those who are injured have been transferred to medical facilities as authorities are carrying out an initial investigation. And these are pictures we're picking up. Hundreds of people have been injured following this explosion. And this is 620 miles or 1,000 kilometers south of Tehran. It's a port city. Iran's customs authority has also issued a press statement saying that the explosion occurred in the Sina container yard, which is affiliated with the Ports and Maritime Organization. So we have more and more confirmed versions coming in of where this explosion took place. This explosion, reported first about 3 hours ago from Iran, took place in the Sina container yard, which is affiliated with the Ports and Maritime Organization. It's a very critical port for Iran, and we are hearing that the number of injured has risen to over 400. That's also the number that is being indicated by the Iranian state television. And from the first reports that are coming out from the Iranian state television suggesting that there could have been negligence in the storage of flammable materials. Of course, we can't come to any conclusion, but it does appear that this was very, very suspicious, and this was at a container. It was not one container, several containers are exploded. What were in these containers, we don't know. It's a critical time for Iran, which is also in negotiations with the US on nuclear talks. It's come at a time when Iran is talking to America. But is that linked? We don't know. Is this a critical city for Iran? Yes, it is. It's a port city called Bandar Abbas. And we are picking up more details. that the director of the province, which is Hormozgan Province Crisis Management Organization, saying that the injured have now been transferred out, but the number of those feared dead may rise in the next few hours. Safety officials had also visited the site and issued safety warnings, according to reports that are coming in. So it's not the first time. They were told in the past that there could be safety issues regarding this particular port. Now, some more details that we are picking up. The National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company has also issued a statement following the blast, saying that oil facilities in the area were not affected. So that's another update coming in, that oil facilities have not been affected from Iran following this particular explosion. And the company is quoted to have said in the media that the explosion and fire in Shahid Rajai port have no connection whatsoever to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. The Hormozgan Ports and Maritime Administration has gone on record to put some details out on where this happened. And these are more pictures coming in. We should be getting in our first expert from Iran in a few minutes from now. We are picking up more details as we speak. Other videos showing several damaged homes, vehicles, the containers up in flames, people seen attending to the injured and checking on damage to the properties. Look at that. That's the moment the explosion was reported. The moment of explosion also on camera, and the plumes of smoke seen from many kilometers away. Okay, we have the CCTV footage as well. Look at that. That's a container facility. Oh, that's a huge explosion. Huge explosion. 12 p.m. local time in Iran. And we have the CCTV footage as well as being reported. The date is on the CCTV. The date is seen on the top right of your screens, 26th of April, which is today, 2025, 12:07 this afternoon. Roughly 3 to 4 hours ago, Iran time, is when the explosion was reported. Look at that. It just goes up in flames. Container facility simply explodes, going up in flames in Iran. And as we stay with these pictures, we're getting some more details. It's coming at a time, of course, it's a very critical time in Iran. So anything that's happening in Iran, questions and the first thoughts also go out to the sensitive time, the sensitive nature of Iran's being when they are engaging in talks with American officials on a possible new nuclear deal. All right, so these are some more details that we're picking up. Going through the details once again for all our viewers joining us on the broadcast right now, a massive explosion and fire striking an Iranian port, injuring at least 406 people. The number of injured from an explosion at this port in southern Iran has jumped to 406. State-run IRNA news agency has also reported and confirmed these numbers coming in. The IRNA attributed a previous figure of 281 injured to a spokesman of the Iran National Emergency Organization before the reported injuries rose again. That number started at 80, went up to 115, went up to 286, as we speak is now at 406. All right, this is what else. Okay, we are getting in some more details. Some more details are also being reported by the Associated Press and APTN, talking about the kind of load that was being handled at this particular port. The blast taking place at the Rajai port just outside of Bandar Abbas, a major facility for container shipments for Iran that handles roughly about 80 million tons or 72.5 million metric tons of goods in a year. So that visual that you see there, we'll have to play that again. I think it's stuck, it's frozen. We'll play that again. And there are more videos that are coming in. Social media videos also showing smoke billowing after the blast. Others showing glass buildings blown out. And the buildings being seen and the explosion itself being seen from many, many kilometers away from the epicenter of this particular port. Authorities have offered no cause for the explosion yet, and industrial accidents we know have been taking place in Iran, as there are there are analysts who say that aging oil facilities are one of the reasons why these explosions take place. These aging oil facilities also struggle for access to parts under international sanctions, but Iranian state television specifically has ruled out any energy infrastructure as causing or being damaged in this particular blast. Okay, another piece of information that we have is that Mehrdad Hassanzadeh is a provincial disaster management official, has spoken to Iranian state television that first responders were trying to reach the area while others were attempting to evacuate the site. And the officials from the disaster management teams in Iran and at the Bandar Abbas port also saying that the blast came from containers at Rajai port in the city. They haven't elaborated much. State television also reporting that there had been a building collapse caused by the explosion, though there were no immediate other details offered. What you're seeing on your screens is the CCTV. Okay, different videos coming in. There are more and more videos coming in. All right, we have an update now. The number of injured in this particular explosion has gone up to 520. It is a huge explosion. 520 now injured. The number has gone up. It's being updated every minute. 520. Look at the pictures. We're getting in more pictures. First-hand accounts from Bandar Abbas. You can see the explosion from many, many kilometers away. This seems to be a parking facility and people moving in to try and... Okay, this seems to be a hospital. Inside a hospital where hundreds of those injured in Iran are being rushed inside to get treatment in time. Okay, looks like even the hospital, some of the medical facilities as well injured. Medical facilities also damaged in this particular explosion. That seems to be a medical facility in Iran, where many of these injured were taken, and day two, and this particular facility too seems to be injured, seems to be damaged. Okay, let me go across to Yasir Nazifi Gilawan, who's a Tehran-based journalist. Yasir Nazifi, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. So this is a very, very disturbing development. Any details you're picking up about the cause of this explosion?
No, so far there have been speculations about the causes of the incident. However, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion to decide what is the real cause of it. Because at the port, it is usual to reserve or preserve highly explosive material. So it can be just a simple accident. Or at the same time, there are also speculations that because of the current undergoing negotiations between Iran and the US, it can be natural to have some sabotage operations so that it will hurt the process of negotiations. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yasir.
So
Yasir,
yes.
you just mentioned that there is speculation over any link to the ongoing negotiations. Is that also being discussed as one of the possibilities?
This is something that media people are talking about. However, as I told you earlier, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion because there has to be a specialized examination of the scene and also CCTV cameras. All of the things have to be considered, and later on officials will give an answer. However, now it is too early to come to a conclusion. But the scale of the explosion is so big, and so far more than 400 people have been hospitalized. So unfortunately, the explosion has got a big scale, and the number of the casualties is rising. The latest number that I have heard is that more than 400 people have been taken to hospital, or the emergency people are working in the area. There are worries about other tanks and reserves of material because there are also other highly explosive material preserved at the port. So I think it is too early to come to a conclusion. We cannot say if it is certainly just an accident or if it is an act of sabotage or terrorism. So I want to underline it. Please keep in mind that at this stage, nobody can be sure what is the real cause of it. It can be simply an accident because at the port, they do transport and they send and receive highly explosive material. And at the same time, media people have their own speculations, but it is too early. So we don't have to jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism. I think it is. It will be seriously biased or a misunderstanding, because it will cause more misunderstanding if we come to a conclusion at the current stage. We have to wait. I'm in Tehran, and this is my personal opinion. It's not an official opinion. We are still waiting for officials to give us the opinion or the early assessment for the reason of the explosion. So the number so far, more than 400, around 406 people have been mentioned in by emergency officials and hospital officials. So it's a big number. It shows that it is a very big scale of explosion. So far, no. We don't have a verified number of dead people. But it is expected to have some people died in the accident. It's quite natural for such a big explosion. We will have some people died.
Mr. Yasir, could you give us an understanding of where this attack has taken place and the fact that this is considered to be one of the most significant port areas in Iran? For those who do not understand the significance of it, could you help us understand?
So if the officials confirm that it is an act of terrorism, yes, of course, it's one of the biggest transportation routes of the country. It is also linked to the national railroad network of Iran. So it is an important part of Iran's export and import. But it's not for sure so far to say that if it has been just a simple accident or if it is just or it is an act of terrorism. So if they confirm that it is an act of terrorism or sabotage, it will be a big blow.
Mr. Yasir, the fact is that does the Iran administration essentially believe that this is a clear act of terrorism? Because as I understand from the Iranian media, that they are basically indicating that this is clearly a group which they believe has got terror links.
No official has so far commented about it, so we have to wait for just minutes to see what will be the opinion of the officials.
What are the initial reports that are suggesting? Because what are the initial reports that are suggesting who's involved behind this?
They are accusing Israel because they say that Israel is against the current round of precession of negotiations between Iran and Israel. But so far, nobody can be sure. We have to wait.
Just to quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, the number of the injured from this explosion that has taken place has increased to 400. This is being reported by the state-run IRNA, that's the news agency, the state news agency. They had earlier attributed a figure of 281, that was the injured. The spokesperson of the Iran's National Emergency Organization has just reported that the number has actually increased. And we have Yasir, who's joining us from Tehran, helping us understand what's really happening on the ground. As far as the relation between Iran and Israel is concerned, remember, there are threats that were issued by the Iranians to the Israelis. Israelis said that it is going to be responded in the manner that they feel it's befitting. Do you believe that the first response that has come in so far is an indication that the Iranians are already indicating that Israel is behind this?
You know, the point is that since last month, the Supreme Leader warned officials in Iran that there should be a high status of alert for security officials and intelligence apparatuses. So Iranian officials have been waiting or have been expecting to have sabotage operations or terrorist attacks like this. So there may be some officials who may jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism by Israel, but we have to still wait to see the result.
Just also keeping in mind the tension that we have right now, because this port is not very far away from Gwadar. It's about 884 kilometers, and the fact that importantly, as far as Pakistan and Iranians are concerned, their two tensions are on the rise. Is there any indication of the fact that there has been some sort of a retaliation that has been prepared, or what's the sense that you all get on the ground?
No, the rivalry between the two ports of Iran and Pakistan are about the Iranian port of Chabahar. It is far from the port that is in the news today. So I think it's out of discussion, and it's not included in the assessments, because normally this port will not have anything to do with the Pakistani port.
Okay. I'll just request you, Yasir, to just stay on with us as we're getting in more details of what has happened. A short while back, a report has also now come in from the ministry there. In fact, the provincial disaster management official has just spoken to the Iranian state TV, and they're saying that the first responders are trying to reach the area while others are attempting to evacuate the site. The blast basically came from the containers at the Rajai port in the city. Without elaborating much, the state TV has also reported that there had been a building collapse that was caused by the explosion that took place. However, there are no immediate other details really coming in. Just to help our viewers understand, this is a little far away from the capital city of Tehran. In fact, it is almost 1,000 kilometers away from Iran's capital, and it's on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which this, remember, a large transportation of oil essentially takes place. So on your screens right now, these are multiple images that are now coming in from Iran. The blast has basically taken place as Iran and the US also met on Saturday in Oman for the third round of negotiations over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. Because remember, the United States of America also indicating under Donald Trump that negotiations can actually take place with the Iranians. Now, with this explosion that has taken place, Iran hasn't really made it very clear whether at all this is a terror attack or this is because of what we have seen in the past too, because most of these infrastructure that you have in Iran, they are aging, and it could have been damaged in the blast, but that clarity hasn't really come in because similar blasts have taken place in the past. But having said that, the number of injured has basically increased to almost 406, and this number is coming in from state-run news agency. They are now saying that it has increased from 281 to 406. Let me see if we can go back to Yasir, who's joining us from Tehran. We'll try and see if we can go back to him in a short while from now, and I'll just recap for everyone who's tuning in right now. The blast basically took place at the Rajai port, which is just outside Bandar Abbas. This is again a major facility for container shipments for the Islamic Republic that basically handles about 80 million tons of goods a year. That's the capacity that this port has. We are being told that because of the explosion, a building also collapsed in the area. That could be one of the reasons why the number of injured has actually increased. We'll just try and see play out one of the visuals
that are coming in. There are some that we could just play up right now and see if we can hear what's happening on the ground.
کل خدمات خراب شد.
But in fact, news agency of Iran has also now posted another footage of the injured men who are lying on the road. There's absolute confusion on the streets right now as the rescue operation basically continues. Another word coming in from the state TV. They're basically also looking at the aspect of negligence in handling inflammable materials that they are saying could be a contributing factor. So there is no clarity whether at all this is some sort of an attack or this is just an explosion that has taken place in the container, because in the past too, ladies and gentlemen, many explosions have been reported from the same very area, because the infrastructure in this area, in this particular port, happens to be quite old. They're aging infrastructure, and that could be one of the reasons why the explosion has taken place. I'm also quoting a statement that has just now been put out by the National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company. They say that the explosion and fire in Shahid Raji port has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. A big news coming in from Iran as we keep tracking closely.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa. Then you have
RSJ, you don't just learn journalism. You walk the hall with the people making the news. From the newsmakers to political leaders to defense experts, all at the Republic headquarters. It's the only place where you can learn and build your network. Apply now. RepublicSchoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला. चलते यार तुम मौत की कसम गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে, বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে, বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন? না জানি না।
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন।
এভাবে টেনে, আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল, আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে। আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো, হঠাৎ কি হলো। আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি, একটা লোক রান করছে, এভাবে মেরে দিল, ডান, শেষ। আওয়াজ হচ্ছে, ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান, ইট ইজ পাটাশ, ইটস সাউন্ড, ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড। ও তো কাঁদছে, মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁদছে। আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিল, ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট।
It's 5:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. Our focus on the multiple combing operation being carried out in Kashmir following the Pahalgam attack. We'll get you all the latest in this bulletin. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. A massive explosion. Anti-terror operation being carried out in Pulwama, and several other combing operations also being carried out in the Jammu division. Forces launch a search operation as Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist incriminating material linked to the banned outfit was also seized during the search. Indian Army successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered, including AK series rifles. Pakistani defense attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan takes global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen as well as in Melbourne. Explosion at Iran's port city, at least 520 people injured. We'll start this edition with breaking news now coming in from the port city in Iran, Bandar Abbas, where we give it to understand an explosion that took place a short while back. 520 people have been injured. Iran has now ordered a probe into the Bandar Abbas explosion. They're essentially not ruling out the possibility of this being a terror attack. But having said that, there's no official statement that Iran has put out as yet. In fact, some statements have come in from the companies that have been operating from the Shahid Raji port, and they say that it has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines that have been related to this company. In fact, let me just tell you where this explosion has taken place and the significance of this very place where the blast has actually taken place, because it is not very far away from certain other ports cities. And it's important to point out here that the explosion that has basically taken place, they're basically looking at whether at all there is any terror link. First, Iran's Shahid Raji port to Gwadar in Pakistan is roughly about 884 kilometers away. Shahid Raji to Chabar port is about 690 kilometers, and Chabar to Gwadar is about 200 kilometers from Karachi. Now, important to point out here on the screens, what you see, these are the latest images now coming in, put out by the state media a short while back, where they're saying that about 520, that's the latest coming in, those who have been injured in the explosion that has taken place. Now, the large blast that shattered the windows within a radius of several kilometers, and there's also footage now coming in of a mushrooming cloud forming following the explosion. Now, you just see that on your screens, that the cloud forming thereafter, after the explosion that has taken place. Now, Iran, however, hasn't made any official statement. This, interestingly, has happened when Iran is having the third round of nuclear talks with the United States of America in Oman, and although the cause of explosion was not immediately clear. Now, Iran currently has also been indicating that the firefighting operation is underway at the Bandar Abbas port. In fact, they have not been able to bring it under control, is what we are given to understand. Having said that, it's important to point out here that while there is no official statement, some authorities, some reports coming in from the Iranian media that the authorities are not really ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Now, where exactly has this attack taken place? The location of it is also extremely important, because remember, this is the very port which basically handles about 80 million tons of goods every year. And this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's important to point out here, as far as the oil trade is concerned, large part of the oil trade basically takes place in this very area. Now, these are the latest images coming in of the rescue operation that is being carried out by the Iranian authorities. In fact, the first number that they had put out was about 281, and this is basically now increased to about 406. And thereafter, the latest now coming in is of about 520 people who have already been injured. Now, authorities, however, they've not offered any cause for the explosion yet, because remember, in this area, industrial accidents keep happening because of the aging oil facilities, and they essentially struggle for access to parts under international sanctions. That's one of the other reasons why. So one cannot really take away the fact that that could be one of the possibilities, because the Iranian state TV hasn't really made any statement as yet. Yasir is also joining us right now. Yasir is joining us from Tehran. Yasir, how important is this very place because this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz, and the very fact that it has come under intense pressure, particularly following the international sanctions that have come in. So it's an aging facility, as I understand.
Hello, thanks for having me. Pay attention that the Strait of Hormuz is not in a small area. So it is an international corridor that Iran has got border from hundreds of kilometers before it and after it. So this is one small place, if you consider the size of the border that Iran has with this water corridor. So I don't think that it will have anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to accept that this is one of the biggest ports of Iran, which was responsible for operating a big deal of transportations between Iran and the rest of the world. The port was having ships from 80 other international ports from all over the world. So it is considered one of the biggest ports of Iran, in touch with other international ports from all over the world. So I read in the news that the Iranian ambassador to Beirut has said that the size and the scale of the explosion is not as big as the one that we had in Beirut in 2020. So they are saying that I just asked other officials and other people who were good aware of the earlier stages of the accident. They have been following up. They told me that the incident started with a small fire, and the fire led to explosion because of the high temperature that naturally that area has, and also there are so many containers of chemicals stored there. So for a place with so many chemical reserves and tankers and installments there, it is quite natural that high temperature plus fire can cause two big explosions. Also, I saw that people from the Disaster Management Organization of Iran has said that they had reviewed the place and examined the place 2 months earlier, and they had officially issued warnings for the local people there that the restoration process is not safe. So they are saying that even now that we are not able to determine what is the real cause of the incident, but disaster management officials are saying that they had already issued warnings 2 months earlier for weak standards of preservation of chemicals. So the probability for not having anything about sabotage or terrorism is higher, because it looks like that the standards of preserving chemicals hadn't been observed there, and they had received warnings from other officials. So I think that so far we can majorly think about it as an act of accident or something that happened, unfortunately. And we cannot say that it is an act of sabotage.
Yasir, growing concern whether at all this is a terror attack, because some of your news agencies are now reporting that the authorities are not ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Put this into perspective, because Iran is currently having a negotiation going on with the United States of America in Oman. This is with regards to the nuclear trade. But having said that, can this be taken away, given the fact that there has been a growing threat perception that the Iranians have been talking about coming in from the Israelis? Can this be said as a normal fire that has actually broken out, an explosion that has taken place, or there is something more than what meets the eye?
You know, media people, because we always like to make it more interesting, and we will have more readership. So it's quite natural to say that the people start to speculate that there may be a chance that Israelis are behind the attack, or saying that other international players have been trying to ruin the current ongoing negotiations between Iran and the US. However, so far there is no strong, concrete piece of evidence to support that opinion. These are all based on speculations, and they are all grounded in imaginative minds of people. So we don't have anything to prove it. So I think it's wise to follow up the evidence that we have here. And as I said, the disaster management officials have had interview in the last 2 hours, and they have said that they had issued warnings before, and both officials were responsible for preservation of chemical weapons, and the lack of good standards or poor standards of preserving chemicals can be the number one reason. And so far we don't have anything, unless the excitement that the media people have to say that, okay, it is concurrent with negotiations. Now it is the third round of talks in Oman. It's near the Strait of Hormuz, or other things. All of these things can be just a media play that we cannot, as serious people, we cannot fall for them.
Well, thank you very much, Yasir, for joining us from Tehran and getting us the latest details. We'll be closely tracking the story, because there is absolutely no clarity whether at all this is a terror attack or an explosion at an aging facility. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we've been tracking. There have been multiple terror anti-terror combing operations that are being carried out in South Kashmir. In fact, this morning there was also a recovery that was made from the associates of an active elite terrorist, recovered arms and ammunition from their possession. There's a massive crackdown that is basically underway. They're basically looking at the handiwork of several of the overground workers that have been actually linked with the arrests. In fact, there are 2 arrests that have also been made coming in from Kulgam. 2 terror associates have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is a crackdown, an ongoing crackdown on the OGWs, the overground workers. In fact, we give it to understand in the last few hours, since the time the attack has taken place, over 250 have already been questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police. That's the latest now coming in. We'll try and see if we can get across to our Srinagar Bureau Chief Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, part of the anti-terror ops that are basically underway. In fact, we've lost the count of the number of anti-terror ops that are being carried out. Give us a sense of the operations that have been carried out since this morning, and who are these terror associates who have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
See, in Kulgam, once again, we are seeing a crackdown on the terror when the 2 terror associates have been arrested by the concerned police in Koimu of Kulgam, where the pistols, rounds, magazines and other things have been recovered from the local terror associates of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Meanwhile, talking about the count of operations that have been going on, they are multiple. There is no limit to the operations now. The way the combing or the cassos or the dassos, even targeting the hideouts are concerned, or taking people for the interrogation in the 10 districts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the operations, the cassos in Sirgufara, Koihama, then Virinag, Sirgufara side, then Hapatnad. These are some of the villages and the infiltration routes that the terrorists have used while infiltrating into the Baisaran village of Shopian, where this Pahalgam, where this incident has taken place. If we take the right from the Pahalgam, then you will come to the Kulgam, where the 2 operations are carried. One is being done at the Gudar village of Kulgam, where the suspicious moment was observed, and still the forces are holding the ground. Then is this Kulgam, Koimu, where the 2 OGWs have been arrested. From the Kulgam, if we shift to Shopian, again in the morning, midnight rather, a house of Shahid Kutte was demolished. He is an elite operative for a long time, and today his house was razed to the ground. From there, if we go to Kulgam, again a house was razed of elite active terrorists who have been in the terror business for last 6 years now. And in Central Kashmir's Srinagar's downtown, we witnessed the raids related to UAPA, and in fact the raids were also carried in Chanapora area and the Batmalo area. Chanapora, which is the uptown of Srinagar state. Then coming to the North Kashmir, in North Kashmir again an action was witnessed from Sopore, where again the Casso was launched, and also people were questioned from Kupwara in Matsalbaul.
Zeenat, I'm sorry, some breaking news now is also coming in. There is some I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's breaking news now coming in from Jammu. In fact, BSF officers are now paying respect to the victims of Pahalgam. These are live images now coming in. We'll try and see if we can go across to Gursibran. The border security force now paying respect to those who have lost their lives in the dastardly attack that was carried out by the Pakistanis in Pahalgam. The border security force here, this is at the border. Remember, there have been multiple restrictions that have also been brought in, increased surveillance along the international border right now. My colleague Gursimran, in fact, is also reporting from there as these live images are coming in. Gursimran, walk us through the details that you're picking up. In fact, this appears to be from one of the cantonment of the border security force. What more details can you share with us?
विषयों के साक्षी बनने जा रहे हैं।
See, Shravan, now the Border Security Force has paid the solemn tribute to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, in which brave hearts of these civilians, they were brutally killed by the Pakistani terrorists in a drastic terror attack. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that this is the downscaled beating retreat ceremony that is taking place here at the Indo-Pakistan border. It has been decided that there will be no culture program or any kind of a celebrations that will take place here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. This comes after the decision was taken by the BSF to downscale the observing this beating the retreat ceremony at the Atari Wagah border, and now the same has been done here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. Gaurav is showing you the visuals as the ceremony begins. Before the ceremony started, the visuals that we were showing you earlier, that all 26 victims' names were taken here and a salute was paid after observing a 2-minute silence by the Border Security Force, and now the beating retreat ceremony is starting. It's important to mention that this is one of the sensitive borders, the Jammu international border, because here there lies a threat of the Pakistan trying to disrupt the peace, and the peace here remains the priority of the BSF, but Pakistan is making desperate attempts. Yesterday, what we learned from the BSF sources that Pakistan has increased the deployment of the 13 Chenab Rangers along with the 14 and 26 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba. And this border right now, from where we are reporting, we are 150 meters away from the Pakistani territory, and the zero line gates have been closed as a precautionary measure by the Border Security Force. Here, as you see, this is the display of the valor and the courage of the BSF, because this decision of carrying out the beating retreat ceremony at the international border was taken by the BSF, though it was objected by the Pakistani side, stating that they do not consider this as the international border but as a disputed line, what they called. But BSF made it very firm to the Pakistani side that their objections to any of the boundaries that has been demarcated along the international border does not hold any grounds, and that's why it was decided that the BSF will be carrying out the beating the retreat ceremony unilaterally on its own side every weekend, that is Saturday and Sunday. Though keeping in view the Pahalgam terror attack that has taken place, it was decided that the ceremony will be downscaled to only the drills that will be carried out during the ceremony, beating the retreat ceremony, and there will not be any of the cultural or the ceremonial program or the celebrations that will take place. And now in the frame you see, this is the BSF Mahila Wahini. These are the women soldiers of the Border Security Force that are carrying out the drills. This sends a message of the BSF's valor and the BSF's commitment towards securing the borders. It's important to mention that this border has seen.
Well, that's the live report now coming in from Jammu, as the Border Security Force also carries out their drill. Shift our focus now to the search operations that are basically underway at multiple locations in the Kashmir zone. Let's shift our focus to Pahalgam. In fact, we're being told that search operations are being carried out in Kulgam, Supor as well as Kupwara, and there's a massive search operation that is basically underway at 3 locations. At 3 locations in Kashmir as we speak right now, starting from Kulgam, Supor as well as a few other locations in Kashmir. Let me also go across to my colleague Arawat, who's joining us from Pahalgam. Arawat, what more details are you picking up? Are these searches being carried out only by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
Yes, Shaman, we have seen the search operation is continue not only here in the Pahalgam, but we have seen the search operation has started in the North Kashmir's Baramulla district. In Baramulla, if we'll talk about, there are the 6 anti-terror protests which are underway. Also, if we'll talk about the Central Kashmir, Srinagar, in the downtown area, we have seen that the multiple locations was raided out by the joint security forces. Also, the ongoing operation here is underway in the Pahalgam. Also, the search have been also started in the Murran area of South Kashmir's Pulwama Pulwama, where we have seen that after receiving credible intelligence-based input by the joint security forces, a joint search operation have been launched in the Murran area of South Kashmir's Pulwama. Same kind of operation is also underway in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam area as well as in the Shopian. It indicates the alertness of the forces. We have seen the deadly attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lives was lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. Then after we have seen that these kind of anti-terror protest activities are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir, and we have seen these search operations are being carried out by the forces in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Arawat, for getting us the latest details. But before I just let you go, one quick question with regards to those attackers who are still at large, the terrorists who are still at large. Any further information now coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police with regards to those who have been identified? Are they saying that there were more terrorists who were involved?
The recce has also been done there before the attack, and the attackers are some different terrorists. It might be the big chain of the terrorists that is being investigated by the various security agencies. Also, we have seen that the multiple agencies have called people in the Pahalgam, and we have been told by the sources that around 70 people have been called or detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police across the Pahalgam area where this terror incident happened. Also, we have been told by the reliable sources that there are some hundreds of the youth have been called for the questioning in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, not only here in the Pahalgam where this incident happened, but we have seen that the dozens of youth have been called by the joint security forces in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Arawat, for getting us the latest details. We'll shift to focus now to the other story coming in from Jammu now, where the Kiswar administration has banned the sale of army uniforms in order to prevent the misuse of the army uniform. In fact, the ban has been placed following reports of potential misuse of such uniforms by anti-national elements intending to disturb public order. Important to point out here that there is a direct link with the attack that has taken place in Pahalgam, because the terrorists were actually using army uniform, the camouflages that were basically used by the terrorists, in fact resulting in a situation where there was utter confusion that took place when the tourists were actually trying to escape because they did not know whether they belonged to the army or they were actually terrorists. That is one of the reasons why this decision has now been taken by the Kiswar administration to ensure that army uniforms are not sold, and the fact that to prevent the use of it, there's a complete ban on that. Our rolling coverage continues as multiple operations are basically underway in Jammu and Kashmir. India has made it abundantly clear that we will retaliate to the attacks that have taken place in Pahalgam. At Republic TV, we get you the latest details. Coming up, live report from Srinagar.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans,
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च. As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
पीछे चल दे यार, तुम मौत की कसम दी है।
गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলারদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান ইট ইজ পাটাশ ইটস সাউন্ড ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড ও তো কাঁদছে মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁদছে আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিল ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট অ্যাটাক হবে আর ততক্ষণ ওই টেররিস্টটা চলে এসেছিল ওর এখানে একটা ক্যামেরা ছিল তো ও বলছে যে কারা কারা মুসলিম সরে যান কারা কারা মুসলিম সরে যান
Very warm welcome viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Raksha Mishra, reporting from Srinagar. Right now we are at the Dal Lake and we continue to get you every story that we are getting to you from ground zero and of course beyond. But first we have some breaking news to start with. Right, we have update on the Pulwama anti-terror operation right now as we speak. All right, viewers, Pulwama police continues to conduct the search operations and the anti-terror operations, and we have some update. I think let me just connect with a reporter because I need to know more information because I'm not there in Pulwama, of course. I need to know what's happening in Pulwama. Let's connect with a reporter in Pulwama, viewers, because it's a fight against terror and there are operations happening across Jammu and Kashmir. In a joint operation with one Rashtra. Zina joins on the phone. Zina, tell us the latest update we have right now. We understand that 2 terror associates have been arrested.
See, Rakshita, this is a news coming in from the Pulwama where the 2 terror associates
have been arrested in Pulwama by the concerned district police. In the some arms and ammunitions have been recovered from the possession and they have been taken into the custody. A fire has also been registered in this regard in the Pulwama police station. Pulwama as Pulwama's part is in news because Pulwama is already witnessing the 2 operations at present. One was this where the 2 OGWs have been arrested along with the arms and ammunitions, and the another one is in the Gudar village of Pulwama where the suspicious movement of the terrorists were observed by the joint forces. They tried to fire upon the suspicious movement, although no contact with the hiding terrorists has been established. The CASO was launched only after getting the credible leads upon the movement of terrorists or the presence of terrorists in the Gudar village of Pulwama. You remember just 2 days back there was another anti-terror operation that was carried by the Pulwama police in Arbal. That time the exchange of fire was witnessed and also the encounter started. First exchange of fire was reported around 4:30 or so in the afternoon, but taking an advantage of the darkness, terrorists then managed to escape from the Arbal of the Pulwama district. Right.
All right. In fact, there are, of course, it's a very high-scale operation that we are, talking about here. But any links to any terror outfit that has been ascertained or anything else that has been seized here, Zenith?
See, as far as Kulgam operation is concerned, where the 2 OGWs have been arrested, a pistol magazines, the rounds and other things, other incriminated material have been recovered from the possession of these OGWs, and they belong to the outfit LET in the Kulgam Valley, Kulgam district.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, Zina, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. We start with more updates that we have. This is a story, viewers, that again exposes Pakistan's evil face. We're talking about a Pakistani army officer. He's called Colonel Taimur. His name is Colonel Taimur Rahat, and he is a defense attaché of the Pakistani army. And outside the Pakistani embassy, there were massive protests that were happening. Indians were protesting, even Jewish people were protesting against Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. And this man comes out and shows threat. He in fact makes threatening gestures to the Indian protesters out here. He makes the slit throat gesture out there, and also holds a placard showing Group Captain Abhinandan and saying "How's the tea?" It was written there, and that of course shows the real face once again. It's not news to us, but it's something that is extremely insensitive, and it's an abhorrent gesture. We have Major Samar Partur, defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. Major Tur, when you see this visual, do you get surprised? I don't think so you get surprised, because we all know this mentality, this Zia-ul-Haq mentality that these people in the Pakistani army have. We all know what are their evil designs, as even the defense minister talked about. But this is something that's very atrocious. And again, the Pakistanis are showing their real face. Major Tur, please unmute yourself. I think we are not getting your audio. If you could just please unmute yourself, sir. All right, we'll reconnect with Major Tur once again, viewers. But that's a video. If we are running that video on our screens, that is the real face. You see that how this man was at the embassy in London. There were massive protests all across the country, all across the world. Pakistani High Commission balcony, Colonel Taimur, Pakistan Defense Attaché Colonel Taimur Rahat, brazenly he rubs salt on the wounds of those innocent lives that have been lost, the innocent Indian lives that have been lost, and he clearly is showing that throat-slitting gesture, and he's pointing out to the Indian protesters there. This is the ugly, evil face of Pakistani army. They call for a neutral investigation. They are scrambling for options to how to cover up, but it's for the world to see, and it's the world to know who is behind this dastardly attack that has claimed the lives of 28 people. 26 innocent Indian lives have also been lost, and it's a clip that has gone viral, viewers. Pakistan's defense attaché, Colonel Taimur, brazenly seen running his hand across his neck in a gesture to slit the Indian throat. Look at the mentality of a high-ranking officer of Pakistani army, viewers. That's completely visible out there. His threatening gesture towards Indian protesters in London. And in fact, as we speak, viewers, there's some breaking news. There's some breaking news coming in right now. There are multiple raids that are being conducted in Srinagar also, where we're reporting from. In fact, police have conducted multiple raids at least 64 terror associates in Srinagar, and overground workers and the terrorist associates are linked to the banned outfits. Remember, there are banned outfits like the Jamaat Islami also, and people linked to it have also been identified and questioned. And now we have raids that are carried out across Srinagar at the residences of individuals associated with terror outfits such as the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, ISJK, JKLF and the TRF. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Overground workers, in fact, all across South Kashmir have also been arrested. At least 175 people already have been arrested, viewers, have been detained for questioning for their links to terror outfits, links to the terrorists after the Pahalgam terror attack. And overground workers now, even in Srinagar, 64 terror associates in Srinagar have been now raided. At least the residences of 64 terror associates have been raided in Srinagar. Zeenat joins us for more. Zeenat, well, this is of course a huge development. 64 terror associates in Srinagar itself have been raided by the police.
Again, another big blow from the Srinagar coming to the terror outfits of the TRF, Lashkar and other terror outfits like the Resistance Front, and also some of them are already been booked under by the NIA, and some are dealing with the UAPA cases. As I said, the instructions have gone quite clear to the ground from the upper officials that no district should be spared, and wherever the listed or you have an apprehension of individual having a links with the terror outfits, immediately he should be nabbed, interrogated, and the search should be carried at his premises. So we are seeing that the 64 individuals' places were scanned and searched thoroughly by the Srinagar police. The raids were witnessed in Zoni Marg, it were witnessed in Batmalu, Chanapura, uptown and the downtown of the Srinagar was touched by the Srinagar district police.
Yes, Zeenat, of course, this is a huge development because the idea here is that the agencies and the forces will not leave any nook and cranny of Jammu and Kashmir to find out those perpetrators. Anyone who supports terrorism in any which way will be cracked down upon, because this is something that the entire country, 140 crore Indians, are demanding, that there should be an end to this and there should be no more innocent that should be shedding their bloods anymore. Zeenat.
Absolutely, Rakshita. See, the message on ground has gone clear. Whether he's from Jammu and Kashmir or from the army or from the CRPF, who's usually the part of outer corridor during the anti-terror operation, everybody has come under the one umbrella to fight terror in the Kashmir Valley, because the way the blood was spilled in the meadows of the Baisar and Pahalgam, those were the heart-wrenching scenes. In fact, this time the people of Jammu and Kashmir are coming openly and they're supporting the police and the other security agencies. Whosoever is having any information, they are coming happily to share the information about the moment or any other thing with the concerned police station or with the concerned people. This tells you that Kashmiris himself are united to fight against the terrorism that has definitely consumed the life of the three long decades. The life has been consumed, which has disturbed the economy, and it has also hit the economy under the belt. We are seeing still the Pahalgam wearing the deserted look. Even the other tourist places, the people have not been into the business like that, or there are grim faces that can be seen, that Kashmir is known for the hospitality and the Kashmirian. And those who have carried this crime, they are not the part of the Kashmir. They don't belong to the Kashmiri soil. So people have been openly talking about the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley by doing the candlelight vigil, by picking up the poster. You read what the message they are giving, that the terrorism will not be tolerated, or putting up the flags, black flags, giving a silent message that they are not with what has happened on 22nd of this month. All this is there, that is brewing up on the ground. Meanwhile, we are seeing the neighbors, the India and the Pakistan at the loggerhead. India has quite confirmed and has very boldly made a posturing that India will retaliate, and will retaliate in the bold manner this time. And Pakistan is definitely has pressed the panic button by seeing that the India has kept the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, which is definitely a bigger issue for the Pakistan. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Zeenat, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. We also have some updates coming in from Kulgam, viewers. In fact, there are terrorist houses that have been demolished, properties linked to terrorists that have been demolished. There's a major crackdown across South Kashmir and even to the north. So there is an all-out terror, anti-terror operation. The war against terror continues. My colleague Jatin was in Kulgam, and he is going to show you these updates, what he discovered there, the anti-terror operation, what seizures have been made, and what has been discovered by the agencies. Take a look.
कुलगाम में इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ जहां पर लाइव सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और आप देखेंगे कि इंडियन आर्मी की जो जेसीबी है वो भी इस सर्च ऑपरेशन का हिस्सा है और आगे आपको मार्च करते हुए और ऑपरेशन साइट पर जाते हुए सुरक्षाकर्मी नजर आ रहे होंगे। दूसरी तरफ मैं पीछे आपको दिखाऊंगा कि आप देखेंगे कैस्पर यहाँ पर खड़ा हुआ और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां, चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ की हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की हो, एसओजी की हो, इंडियन आर्मी की हो, हर कोई यहाँ पर मौजूद है। चैलेंज सबसे बड़ा इस ऑपरेशन में बारिश, दूसरा जिन पहाड़ियों का सहारा लेकर आतंकी खुद को छुपाते हैं, दिन में भी इस पहाड़ियों के अंदर, इन जंगल के अंदर अंधेरा नजर आता है। दूसरा उनको महारत है इन पहाड़ियों से एस्केप होने की, इस बात की उन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग मिलती है। दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे कि इस पहाड़ी के बीच में सड़क है और सड़क के नीचे खाई, ये पूरा पहाड़ी इलाका है और इन पहाड़ी इलाकों में सर्च ऑपरेशन करना काफी चैलेंजिंग है। इनपुट इसी तरीके के हैं कि आतंकी इन जंगलों में छिपे हो सकते हैं और उसी इनपुट के आधार पर यह सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है वो यहां पर कंडक्ट कराया जा रहा है। अमूमन सर्च ऑपरेशन में तमाम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज अपने हाईटेक इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ पहुंचती है, लेकिन पहलगाम में जिस तरीके से आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके बाद से जहां जहां सर्च ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है वहां पर इंडियन आर्मी की जेसीबी उस कॉन्वॉय का हिस्सा होती है, उस सर्च ऑपरेशन का हिस्सा होती है और वही जेसीबी की तस्वीर मैंने आपको दिखाई। संभवतः आगे जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट होगी उसी हिसाब से उस जेसीबी का जो काम है वो भी किया जा रहा है, चाहे वो कैस्पर हो, बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हो, लाइट्स हो, सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स हो, उन सभी इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ तमाम जो फोर्सेज है वो घने जंगलों में, साउथ कश्मीर के घने जंगलों में जहां पर आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका है वहां पर बड़े स्तर पर सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है वो किया जा रहा है।
All right, viewers. So at least 5 terrorists' houses residences have been demolished as the agencies and the forces will not spare anyone who supports terror, anyone who is sheltering these terrorists. And in the latest, my colleague Zeenat, in fact, had visited Shopian, where one such house, one such property was also destroyed. Take a look.
This is Zakir Ahmed Lashkar Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carrying during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism. This action is clearly aimed at disincentivizing local terrorism or any kind of support to terror. A stern reminder to local youths that if they pick up the gun and join terror ranks, their families will have to pay the price. The families will also be denied the facilities of government facilities that includes the clearance, passport clearance, job clearance certificates and other things. But again, a stark reminder that if you support terrorism, then the government will come heavily on you. This is the house of the Zakir Ahmed who has joined the terror outfit. Long back he has been involved in the multiple killings as per the security operators here, and now here we see the family members after the demolition drive was carried by the administration. We see the inmates of this house collecting their valuables, whatever they are able to retrieve from the rubles, from the debris of this house. So the neighbors have also chipped in. But yes, the terror attack that was carried in Baisaran valley of Pahalgam in South Kashmir, all these actions are coming after the incident which is known now as the civilian massacre in South Kashmir. We are reporting from Sidhaw, Shopian. This is a part of South Kashmir here. Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished. It has been razed to the ground. The kind of situation that we see, that whether it are the window panes, the glass sheets, the wires or the articles, the household articles, everything has been demolished. The bricks lying on the floor, the iron rods, the rooftops and everything has been grounded. This is Shahid Kutte's place which has been demolished after his name surfaced in Baisaran attack. This is a message to those who are joining the terror ranks that the administration will come heavily upon them for their act. But this is not only the individual who is paying, his family again is paying through the nose for the act that their son has committed. Government has a very clear message that the nobody will be spared and the families too will be paying for it. Center has made a policy that there will be no tolerance for terrorism on ground, and what happened in Baisaran, the entire world knows about it. And seeing the action on ground, we see the X falling on those terrorists who are supporting the terror network, X falling on those locals who are supporting the terror structures, terror networks in the Kashmir Valley. And this is one of the houses that were demolished in the midnight by the joint forces along with the administration. In fact, in Shahid Kote's place, and an iron notice was also pasted, though the notice is of the year 2022, that tells you about his involvement in other crimes.
One of the terrorist hideouts and the residences that were blown up by Republic TV's biggest network of reporters, showing you every angle possible that will dismantle the entire narrative that has not been shown to you. Local activate. Now, what we know is that border bunkers in Jammu and Kashmir have been also now activated amid Pakistan provocation along the line of control. There is investigation going on, an anti-terror operation also going on along the border. Here's more on that, viewers.
We are at the Indo-Pakistan border in Arnia, where we have seen that this area has been most affected with the Pakistan shelling in 2017 and 2018. But now with the situation also going grim here, I'll request Sir Gaurav to show you a 360-degree view of the area. That this is a community center in the Bishna area, that is the Trewa Panchayat. Here the people have started activating their bunkers. These bunkers are the community bunkers that are now being activated once again. These bunkers have been totally defunct for last 5 to 7 years, but now once again the people have started activating these. I'll request Gaurav to come this way so that we can show you that the people there, they have started activating this, and this has been started so that in case of any contingency or eventuality, they are in a position that they can save themselves from the Pakistani shelling, because we are witnessing that in the last 48 hours there have been cross-border shelling along the line of control in the Kashmir sector. But in the Jammu, Arnia is a plain terrain where the people are hit with the very first bullet being fired, and that's why these bunkers are being activated. I'll request Gaurav to show you that how strong these bunkers are. These are built of hard structure so that if any mortar shell comes from the adversary, that attempt can also be fired. I am joined by the Sarpanch here, Balveer Kaur. I'll speak to her. Madam, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आप लोग बंकर्स दोबारा से एक्टिवेट कर रहे हैं, क्या रीज़न है?
देखिए भाई साहब, आपको भी पता होगा कि जैसे अभी पहलगाम में हुआ, तो शेलिंग हमेशा अनप्रेडिक्टेबल रही है, तो हम लोग शेलिंग होती है पता नहीं चलता, क्योंकि हम लोग वेदर फोरकास्टिंग देख सकते हैं, बट शेलिंग का कभी पता नहीं चलता. बट जो पहलगाम में हुआ, अगर आज वहां पे हुआ है तो हिंदुस्तान रिटेलिएट तो करेगा ही करेगा. तो हम उसी आस में बैठे कि आप लोग अपना काम कीजिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
These are the bunkers that are hard enough to tackle any contingency, because if there is a fire from the Pakistani side, these bunkers can bear. Only it is the artillery fire that can actually sneak through this structure. Otherwise, for the 80 mm or 120 mm mortar shells, it's next to impossible to breach through these bunkers, and that's why we are witnessing that these community bunkers are being activated again here at the international border in Jammu's Arnia, where the people have gathered here in the large numbers. Now they are preparing themselves for this, so that any of the contingency can be tackled in such a manner. If we have seen in the past as well, there have been n number of incidents that have taken place where the provocation from the Pakistani side has come at first, and now this time the people, they do not want to give Pakistan a chance, and that's why they are preparing these bunkers to tackle the Pakistani threat.
And viewers, we all got you stories of the victims, families who have been crying, who have lost their loved ones, the loved ones who will never come back. It's an irreparable loss for them. And India has vowed that it will strike back, it will retaliate. Pakistan is right now trembling. It is trembling, and how? But sitting in the comfort of their offices is some Congress leader, and that is the Chief Minister, in fact, of Karnataka. Not the first time we've seen the Congress trying to build a narrative that is completely going against the spirit of the country. While India has vowed revenge, Siddaramaiah is saying there's no need to strike back at Pakistan. Here's more.
As more voices in the street called for a strong retaliatory action against Pakistan. In the wake of the depraved Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah sprung a shocker. Weighing in as a rattled Pakistan fears an Indian military response, the Karnataka Chief Minister said there was no need for war with the cross-border neighbour. Siddaramaiah said that the centre should focus more on strengthening the internal security grid instead of avenging the Pahalgam terror attack. In a veiled dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said previous punitive actions against Pakistan fetched little outcome. In his first response to the Pahalgam attack, PM Modi vowed to pursue the terrorists and their handlers to the ends of the earth.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
Siddaramaiah's remark came just days after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi vowed to stand with the centre in however it chooses to respond to the cowardly terror attack.
The united opposition condemned this action and said that we are there to support whatever action the government wants to take.
The shocking remarks by the Karnataka Chief Minister came on a day when hundreds filled the streets across the country, calling on the centre to avenge every drop of blood shed in Pahalgam. As Siddaramaiah insults the Pahalgam victims, will a red-faced Congress care to explain?
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Court, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms.
Republic positive influencer Vishal Khandenwal is narrating you the history of Pahalgam and how it has been a gateway to Amarnath Yatra. Let's watch it.
पहलगाम की बेसरन घाटी में 26 मासूम पर्यटकों को आतंकवादियों ने अपनी गोली का निशाना बनाया। ये वही खूबसूरत वादी है पहलगाम की, जहाँ ये 26 लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आनंद लेने आए थे। लेकिन अब से जब भी जिक्र होगा इन खूबसूरत वादियों का, इन 26 मासूम लोगों की हत्या का भी जिक्र होगा, क्योंकि इन्हें कहाँ पता था कि जहाँ ये आनंद लेने आ रहे हैं वहाँ पर मौत इनका इंतजार कर रही है। आखिर क्या है इतिहास पहलगाम का? क्यों आते हैं इतने लोग पहलगाम घूमने? आइए जानते हैं। हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल। हिंदू पुराणों के हिसाब से पहलगाम का मतलब होता है बैलों वाला गांव, जहां भगवान शिव ने अपने वाहन नंदी को पहलगाम में छोड़ दिया था अमरनाथ जाने से पहले। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपने सर पर जो धारण चंद्रमा था उसे चंदनबारी में छोड़ा, गले में जो सांप था उसे शेषनाग झील में छोड़ा, और पंचतरणी में जो 5 नेचर के एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, आकाश, अग्नि, वायु, जल, धरती, उन्हें वहां त्याग करके फिर अमरनाथ की गुफा में गए माता पार्वती को अमरतत्व की कहानी सुनाने के लिए। एक इतिहास ये भी कहता है इससे इतर कि चक वंश का राज था कश्मीर और पहलगाम के आसपास के इलाकों में, और इस कहानी की शुरुआत होती है 1561 एडी में, जब चक वंश के पहले राजा बनते हैं कश्मीर में गाजी शाह चक, जो हराते हैं शाह मीर के वंश को, और उसके बाद से लगातार 1589 तक चक वंश का राज रहता है कश्मीर में, जिनके आखिरी राजा थे याकूब शाह चक, जो अकबर के हाथों हार स्वीकार करते हैं क्योंकि उनकी खुद की ही प्रजा उन पर दबाव देते हैं उनके निर्णयों के कारण। इसके बाद मुगल एरा शुरू हो जाता है कश्मीर में, जहां पर अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब, ये सभी ही पहलगाम और आसपास की खूबसूरत वादियों को अपना शाही ग्रीष्म स्थल बनाते और लगातार इस जन्नत का लुत्फ उठाते हैं। और यहाँ तक किसी ने कहा था कि इस दुनिया में अगर जन्नत है तो वो सिर्फ यही है, यही है, यही है। लेकिन आज यही जन्नत कांप रही है दहशत से, क्योंकि इस नरसंहार के बाद लोगों के मन में ये भय जरूर बैठ गया है कि अब अगर हम वहां जाएंगे तो अगली गोली का शिकार हम तो नहीं। लेकिन बात सिर्फ इतनी सी नहीं, चक वंश से पहले भी पहलगाम के आसपास बहुत ही ज्यादा रिच हेरिटेज और कल्चर था, क्योंकि पहलगाम से 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है अवंतीपुर टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर 9वीं शताब्दी में राजा अवंती वर्मन ने बनाया था, जो उत्तर भारत के प्रमुख शासकों में से एक थे। यहाँ पर 2 मंदिर है, एक भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और एक भगवान विष्णु को। अभी भले मंदिर की स्थिति ऐसी नहीं जैसे पुराने समय में थी, लेकिन ये मंदिर की नक्काशी देखकर ये जरूर बताया जा सकता है कि ये मंदिर बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राचीन है। इसके बाद आता है मार्तंड सूर्य मंदिर। इसे 8वीं शताब्दी में राजा ललितादित्य मुक्तापीड ने बनाया था, जो कारकोटा वंश के महान शासक थे। ऐसा कहा जाता था कि इस मंदिर के चारों तरफ 84 स्तंभ थे, जिन्हें देखने के लिए लोग दूर दूर से आते थे। इसके अलावा आज भले मंदिर खंडर की स्थिति में, लेकिन इसे देखकर अंदाजा लगाना बड़ा आसान है कि उस समय इसका स्थापत्य एक अद्भुत ही दिशा में दिखा होगा। इसके बाद आता है मामलेश्वर मंदिर। ये मंदिर 12वीं शताब्दी में बनाया गया था और ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर अपने शिवलिंग के गर्भगृह के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसिद्ध है। इन सभी स्थलों को देखने के बाद एक बात तो साफ है कि पहलगाम और उसके आसपास की जितनी भी घाटियां हैं वे सभी आध्यात्मिक और ऐतिहासिक धरोहर से भरी हुई है। और अंत में जाने से पहले जो लोग मरे हैं उनके आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे, अपने चरणों में जगह दे, और उनके परिजनों को, उनके अपने परिवार के लोगों को शक्ति दे अपने आप को संभालने के लिए। ये कठिन समय है, पूरा भारत उनके साथ खड़ा है, हम भी उनके साथ हैं। और अंत में आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं। हमें सुझाव देते रहिए कि किन विषयों पर हमें वीडियो बनाने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV as we focus on the anti-terror operations post Pahalgam terror attack. Here are the headlines this Saturday evening. Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Search operations underway. Forces launched search ops in Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist at his residence. Incriminating material linked to the banned outfit also seized. Indian Army successfully busts a terrorist hideout in Machil, North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms, ammunition recovered. Pakistan's defense attaché publicly threatens Indian diaspora in the UK, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan at the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. A huge explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 injured, at least 4 killed. Getting in breaking news now that Iran has said that 4 people have been killed in the massive port explosion at Bandar Abbas. This is an explosion that took place at a port in southern Iran. Babak Mahmoudi, the head of the country's rescue organization, has made the announcement on Iran state television. At least 516 others have been injured in the blast at the Shahid Rajai port outside of Bandar Abbas, a major facility for container shipments for Iran that handles about 80 million tons or 72.5 million metric tons of goods a year. Social media videos also showed earlier. We showed you the videos of the smoke billowing at the port after the blast. And we have a confirmation now that 4 people have been killed in this explosion. Iranian authorities have not offered any cause for the explosion, though videos suggesting that there was something that ignited inside a go down, as seen in this CCTV footage that came into our newsrooms earlier. In fact, getting in more inputs now that the provincial disaster management officials saying that everyone who was trapped in this particular site at the port were evacuated, taken to different hospitals. The provincial disaster management in the Bandar Abbas city saying that the blast came from containers at the Shahid Rajai port in the city. The Iranian state television also reporting that there was also a building collapse that was caused by this explosion. Not much details available so far. The Interior Ministry also saying that it has launched an investigation into this explosion. The Shahid Rajai port in Hormozgan province, around 1,050 kilometers southeast of Iran's capital of Tehran on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which 20% of all oil trade passes. In 2020, a suspected Israeli cyber attack targeted the port. It also came after Israel said it thwarted a cyber attack targeting its infrastructure, which it attributed to Iran. Meanwhile, the blast has been reported as Iran and United States met on Saturday in Oman for the 3rd round of negotiations. So there is a coincidence there of the explosion around the time when Iran and the United States have met to negotiate over Iran's nuclear program. And just to give you a sense of where the Bandar Abbas port is and why it's critical, for Iran, the Bandar Abbas port and the Shahid Rajai port in this particular province, it's about 1,000 kilometers from Tehran. It's on the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which 20% of the global oil trade passes. And in 2020, this particular port also faced a cyber attack. It was suspected back then that it could have been an Israeli cyber attack back then in the year 2020. 5 years later, there's been an explosion, over 500 people injured and 4 killed. Let's move on now and get you some more breaking news updates. Getting in some breaking news now as the situation escalates at the India-Pakistan international border and also the line of control. The BSF has restricted movement of civilians to zero line on the India-Pakistan border. Civilians' access to zero line is barred in view of possible mischief from Pakistan. So these are measures that have been taken by the BSF in the last few hours. Gursimran is live with the updates. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan. Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Suchetgarh sector, and here the movement of the civilians have been restricted to the zero line. This is the gate. I'll request Sergio Gaurav to show you that this is the gate, last gate on the Indo-Pakistan international border on the Indian side. This reads that you are approaching Indo-Pakistan border. International border is 100 meters ahead of this fence and BSF India's first line of defense. But now the gates have been closed. These are the visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that a lock has been placed here. That means no one is allowed to go beyond this point. There used to be the access from this gate to the zero line. On the other side is the Pakistani side. And these tourists, those who come to the international border, they used to cross this gate to go to the other side. But due to the prevailing situation along the international border and also the line of control, where the provocations from the Pakistani side are being seen, now the security forces have decided that there will be no access for the civilians and this gate has been closed. This is part of multiple measures that the border security force has taken, starting from downscaling the Atari-Wagah border beating the retreat ceremony with gates being closed and no handshake with the Pakistani side, to downscaling the ceremony of the beating the retreat at the Jammu border, where the cultural programs and also the celebrations have been moved out and tributes have been paid to the Pahalgam victims by reading their names, following by a 2-minute silence that was observed by all senior officers of the BSF. And now this is the another measure that has been taken, that is the restricted the movement of the civilians to the zero line in the Oktrai Suchetgarh border outpost by the border security force, because BSF knows that the Pakistan can resort to any mischief any given time and they do not want any of the civilians to get hurt by the Pakistani mischief, and that's why this decision has been taken, Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. Stay with me. I have another breaking news update now coming in from Kulgam. I'm getting in the details of that operation. The Kulgam police, in a joint operation with 1 Rashtriya Rifle and 18 Battalion CRPF, has arrested 2 terror suspects, 2 terror associates, and has recovered arms and ammunition from their possession. So there has been a continuous crackdown on terror associates, overground workers, who were given support to terrorists from Pakistan. Let me go across to my colleague Aravat joining us with the details. Aravat, what role did these 2 terror associates play?
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. We have seen that the cordon and search operation is on across Jammu and Kashmir. And this time, if we'll talk about, we have seen that in the South Kashmir's Kulgam district, we have seen that the 2 terror associates of the Lashkar-e-Taiba have been arrested by the joint security forces. And also, we have seen that the huge catch of arms and ammunition have been recovered. The same kind of operations are taking place in the parts of the Kashmir Valley after receiving the credible intelligence-based input that there is the movement of some terrorist supporters as well as the terrorists. That after we have seen there are the dozens of anti-terror operations who are underway across the Kashmir Valley. And if we'll talk about the Kulgam operation, it was the credible input for the forces. And then after we have seen the cordon and search operation was launched, and they have intercepted 2 terrorist associates of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and a huge catchy have also been recovered. Then after we have seen that the few places have also been raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the various locations of the Kulgam. Yes.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Let's move on now and get you some more reports coming in. Security forces have intensified the operations in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, following the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, overnight, a few homes of terrorists were destroyed in the valley. Here's a report on that.
We are reporting from Sidhav Shupian. This is a part of South Kashmir here. Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished. It has been razed to the ground. The kind of situation that we see, that whether it are the window panes, the glass sheets, the wires, or the articles, the household articles, everything has been demolished. The bricks lying on the floor, the iron rods, the rooftops and everything has been grounded. This is Shahid Kutte's place, which has been demolished after his name surfaced in Baisaran attack. This is a message to those who are joining the terror ranks that the administration will come heavily upon them for their act. But this is not only the individual who is paying. His family again is paying through the nose for the act that their son has committed. Government has a very clear message that the nobody will be spared, and the families too will be paying for it. Center has made a policy that there will be no tolerance for terrorism on ground, and what happened in Baisaran, the entire world knows about it. And seeing the action on ground, we see the axe falling on those terrorists who are supporting the terror network, axe falling on those locals who are supporting the terror structures, terror networks in the Kashmir Valley. And this is one of the houses that were demolished in the midnight by the joint forces along with the administration. In fact, in Shahid Kutte's place, and an iron notice was also pasted, though the notice is of the year 2022, that tells you about his involvement in other crimes.
Getting in pictures of the BSF tribute, the BSF paying tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam attack. Live pictures coming in. Let's cut across straight with the audio, straight from the BSF's tribute to Pahalgam victims.
अनुमति मिलने के पश्चात परेड कमांडर परेड की कार्यवाही को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उतारते समय उसके सम्मान में कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उचित सम्मान दें।
पवन सर थोड़ा पीछे आइए
विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि अब ध्वज रक्षक टोली राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को लेकर इस प्रांगण से विदा होगी। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहकर उसे सम्मान दें।
राष्ट्रीय ध्वजरक्षक कले बाएं से बाएं दिशा बदलते रन बाएं
मूवमेंट करें मूवमेंट करें
तिरंगे को जिससे तेरी शान है हमेशा ऊंचा करना है इसका जब तक दिलों में जान है। धनरक्षक टोली प्रागट से स्मार्ट मार्चिंग एवं उत्तम दर्जे की ड्रिल का प्रदर्शन करते हुए विदा लेते हुए आज की ये बेहद खास शाम अपने अंत तक आ पहुंची है, परंतु विदा लेने से पहले आप सभी ने हमें अपनी उपस्थिति से अनुग्रहित किया। इसके लिए मैं महिला आरक्षक तनिष शर्मा 165 बटालियन कमांडेंट श्री अजय शर्मा और समस्त प्रहरी परिवार की तरफ से आपका पधारने हेतु हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pictures coming in from the India-Pakistan border in Jammu as the BSF pays tribute to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam terror attack.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। जुलते यार तुम मौत की कसम जिंदगी
Republic positive influencer Astha Kotari talks about the 5 different forms of journaling. Let's watch it.
A very important and fundamental aspect of mental and emotional wellness is something called self-awareness. And there are many tools that can help us to build this sense of self-awareness. But one of the most important ones is something called journaling. Did you know that there are 5 types of journaling, each with a different intention and each working uniquely on the individual? So let's explore them. The first one is something called gratitude journaling. And quite literally, it forces us to just focus on the positive things that happen to us on a daily basis and that we might tend to ignore in the stream of things. For example, today, I'm truly grateful for the fact that my friend called me up and took the time out to check up on me. Choose 3 to 5 things that are unique and specific to that day and really try and feel that sense of appreciation for them. The second one is called emotional journaling. And this is particularly helpful for people to deep dive into their emotions and answer uncomfortable questions such as, why am I feeling this way and what triggered me to move into this mental state? Is it from my past or is it something specific that has been bothering me? What can I do to change how I feel about this situation? The third one is something called affirmative journaling, and the intention behind this is to build a sense of self-belief in overcoming challenging situations. If you're dealing with a tough phase in your life, it might help you to remind yourself of your capabilities. So writing down your strengths or writing down statements like, even though I am going through this particular difficult phase, I know I will overcome it with grace. Repeating this and using the power of repetition can really build a mindset shift in such cases. The fourth one is a little more fun, and it's dream journaling. The basic premise of this is to silence your analytical and logical mind and to vividly recall details about your dreams, the people you were talking to, what you saw, the color of the clothes that they were wearing. Remember, there's no right or wrong. Journaling is a very personal process, and the entire intention is for you to strengthen the relationship with your mind. The fifth one is for all the art lovers, and it's called art journaling. It involves bringing out all the crayons, colors, watercolors, and just letting your creative mind flow. Observe the colors, absorb them. There's no masterpiece that you need to create. The entire point, once again, is just to build the creative mind and watch how art can really do therapy. If you are a parent watching this video, these are great activities for you to do with your child over the weekend and to help them to explore themselves a little better. I really hope that you try these out and that this video has added value to you. So happy journaling.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Saturday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavinson. Multiple combing operations being carried out by the forces, and that's the reason why Pakistan is completely in a panic mode. Tonight on This is Exclusive, we will also take you through the latest details now coming in. These details are not just of the operation that has been carried out, but also how Pakistan is responding now. Divisions are being moved. In fact, tonight on This is Exclusive, we're going to take you through what's really happening in Jammu and Kashmir and how this is sending shiver down the spine of the Pakistani army. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Indian Army in action, door-to-door search operations underway in South Kashmir along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. Major crackdown on terror over ground workers linked to banned terror outfits being hunted down. Indian Army begins artillery drills along the line of control amid escalating tensions with Pakistan. Pakistan goes in a complete panic mode, moves army column to the line of control. Massive explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port, 4 deaths confirmed, over 500 people injured. We will hunt them down. Their sketches are now out. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are behind the Pahalgam attack are likely to be hunted down any time from now. In fact, information that we have with us is with regards to the multiple combing operations that are being carried out. Over a dozen operations have already been carried out in various districts of Kashmir. Massive operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir. These, what we are going to see in a short while from now, are exclusive images that have been accessed by Republic TV for the door-to-door searches that have been carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In fact, these are multiple raids at residence of terrorists, terror associates in Srinagar as well as in South Kashmir. I'm going to start with the first image that you're seeing on your screen right now. These are visuals of the searches that were carried out today in Srinagar. In fact, as you can see, Jammu and Kashmir police with all advanced technology carrying out these searches, because there are basically reports essentially coming in that several of these terror associates have been operating from South Kashmir itself. Right now on your screens, these are the latest images of the combing operation that was carried out earlier in the day. Mind you, all these images that we are showing right now, these are all deferred visuals. These are not operations that are going on as we speak, but these are operations that were carried out earlier, and now we have accessed these images just to give you a sense of how our forces, including the Jammu and Kashmir police, is in complete action mode right now, carrying out searches at multiple areas. In fact, Kulgam, Kupwara, Kishtwar, these are some of the places where searches have been carried out in the last 48 hours. This, what you see right now, is inside the home, the residence of one of the terror associates. In fact, we are given to understand 66 ODWs have been tracked down. We're going to take you through the details in a short while from now as far as the overground workers are concerned. But on your screens right now are the searches that are being carried out. These are door-to-door searches that are being carried out, which certainly isn't easy in the current circumstances. But remember, the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the Indian Army, has also carried out multiple searches. But these searches are primarily being carried out by the SOG, the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir police, carrying out the searches. We stay full frame with these visuals while we also go across to my colleague Zeenat, our Srinagar Bureau Chief, joining us right now, getting us the latest details. Zeenat, images on our screens right now are of the door-to-door searches that have been carried out. Help us understand the number of searches that have been carried out. How far have the Jammu and Kashmir police been able to get to some sort of a logical conclusion?
See, Shravan, first of all, this is 64 is a huge number, and that you conduct the raids in one go. All the places were touched in the Srinagar steep, from downtown Srinagar to uptown Srinagar. The searches were carried by the Srinagar police. Srinagar police, along with the SOG, it's a cargo-based unit that carry the anti-terror operation, have specialization in, as known as the counter-terrorism grid. They have conducted the raids in the Srinagar city along. This was on the direction of the SSP Srinagar, Dr. Sandeep. Meanwhile, we are also seeing these, so the places that were searched, they have the criminal records. They have the links with the terror associates. They have the links with the overground workers. These workers come from the outfits like JKLF, outfit known for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is the chief of band JKLF, then TRF, JEM, LET. and also TRF. These all outfits have been involved in multiple cases in the last 3 decades or so, particularly if we see the track record of Yasin Milk's JKLF, JEM or the LET and the mouthpieces of the Lashkar like TRF. These terror associates or the overground workers, they have been involved in the multiple crimes. Today, their doors were again knocked by the Srinagar police. They carried the length and breadth across in Srinagar police, carried the searches in all these areas, be it the uptowns, Chanapura, Batmalu, Zuni Marg, Safa Kadal, Khankai Maula or the Babadam. All these areas were touched by the Srinagar police, because if you see the Srinagar's topography simply of the downtown, where you have the lanes, by-lanes, and those by-lanes and lanes are very narrow, that has always helped the terror outfits to make their escape. Once there used to be a cordon and search operation. Now, even the police would not dare to go in these lanes and by-lanes. If you go through the chronology of the downtown of the Srinagar, where the attacks would carry against the security forces or the policemen. But this time, the Srinagar police is going all out and going inside all these lanes and by-lanes. In fact, the terror associates and the overgrown workers have already been registered with the UAPA cases, and some of them are already languishing in the jail. Some of them had been taken. Some of their cases have also been taken up by the NIA.
Zina, I'll request you to stay on with us, because what I'm going to do right now is going to take our viewers through the details of the operations that have been carried out. Who are these overground workers? How are they all connected? This is extremely important to understand, as my colleague Zinat was also pointing out, because we are talking about searches that have been carried out in one single day. What you see right now is the raids that have been carried out at the houses of 64 terror associates. They are also known as the overground workers. They are essentially those who have been aiding the terrorists, particularly in moving around. Remember, in the valley itself, it hasn't been easy, and that is the reason why, remember, the kind of logistical support that has been provided are provided by these overground workers. They are active in Jammu and Kashmir. They are on the radar. In fact, they've been identified in thousands. In fact, they've already been identified lengths on the terror associates of the banned outfits. We're going to take you through which are the outfits with which they have been associated, along with the Lashkar-e-Toiba as well as Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. You also have the ISJK as well as the JKLF. TRF again happens to be one of the offshoots of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they are all OGWs who have been working as far as they are concerned. They have all been hunted down by the forces. Now, these are the OGWs who have been working here, and without their support, remember, the movement of these terrorists could not have been possible, and that is the reason why the Jammu and Kashmir police is now basically looking at targeting them. Let's also take you through some more breaking news now coming in with regards to how they are connected, because there are cases that have already been registered against them. It turns out that they have essentially been able to track them down, look at their past cases that have been registered against them. There is also the Public Safety Act that has been brought into the picture. In fact, as my colleague has been pointing out, UAPA sections have also been invoked. In fact, OGWs have already been booked. Zina, just a quick response from you with regards to the total number, because there is a lot of confusion. Initially, we were told that 250 have already been questioned. So what's the current situation? How many have been detained? How many have been arrested? And the fact that, does that mean that the Jammu and Kashmir police right now has credible link to hunt down the attackers involved in Pahalgam?
See, the raids are being conducted across Kashmir Valley only to hunt down those perpetrators who have carried this gruesome attack. As far as the numbers are concerned, we see in Srinagar some 63 people, their residences have been scanned and searches. Even the digital evidences have been collected from the places. Then if we go to the South Kashmir has the districts like Pulwama, then you have Shopian, Kulgam, then Avantipur, Anantnag. These are the 4 districts of the South Zone. There 175 people have been interrogated so far. So if you count 175 plus 63, it is somewhere coming around more than 260 people have been questioned.
So that's
in
the breaking
all
news.
these days. The 170 coming from the
263
Anantnag in the last 3 days. And
so you're saying over 200 have been already questioned in the last 3 days, if I'm correct. That's the breaking news now coming in.
Yes, Shravan. This is a figure that is officially there because Srinagar police has officially said that it's around 64 people they have been questioning and the search were conducted. And this is not the normal crackdown on the terror. Normal people, in fact, the people's inconvenience was also seen that people should not feel any inconvenience during the raid. So only those who are listed in the diaries of the Srinagar police, only those were touched. So police is going very specifically penetrating to those who have the criminal records or who are based in Srinagar with the logistics of the terror outfits. So that is the point that has been taken into account when Srinagar police carried today's raids.
Well, thank you very much, Zeerat, for getting us the latest details. The breaking news now coming in on This Is Exclusive. Over 200 have already been booked. They are all OGWs that have been booked so far. Let's now quickly move to the other big story that we're getting you tonight on This Is Exclusive. India has now begun the diplomatic strike against terror sponsor state Pakistan. And amid the escalating tensions between the two nations, India is already preparing as far as the military front is concerned. There have been multiple ceasefire violations that have taken place along the line of control in the last few days itself, what is known as speculative firing on the part of the Pakistani. Indian forces have basically retaliated, gave a befitting reply. In fact, as we speak, remember over the last few hours, last few days, there have been multiple drills that have been carried out. Indian Army has conducted 3-day-long artillery drills along the line of control to prepare for any mischievous attempt from across the border. The drills were carried out earlier. We are not putting out the details of when, where these drills have been carried out. We are just putting out the exclusive images of the drills that have been carried out earlier. Just to give you a sense of how prepared our forces are right now and why exactly in a short while from now you'll really know that Pakistan is in a complete panic mode. This is why. In the visuals, you can see heavy artillery firing drills that are being conducted in the forward areas that are close to Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We're going to also tell you how the civilians are responding, but I want to stay with these visuals first. I'm not very sure right now if we can just play out the visuals because I could also hear there are artillery firing that you can hear. They are for 10 seconds. Hear them out. Okay, so what you see right now on your screens, this is the drill that has been carried out earlier in the day, and this is from one of the forward location area. I'm going to play that out once again. I'm going to play this out once again for you to just get a sense of how the army is basically ensuring they're carrying out all these drills, sending across a message. This is all done with a sublime message to the Pakistanis that just be prepared. Well, in fact, now let's take you through fearing a strong retaliation from the Indian forces. What has essentially happened, Pakistan has already responded, which I'm going to play out in a short while from now. That how Pakistan is responding to these very drills that are being carried out and what's really happening on the other side. That I'm going to play out in a short while from now. But before that, take a look at how our civilians are really preparing for it. The unfortunate part is because of this, what is happening in the border, the civilians are certainly having a tough time. But they say they are all prepared and that they are standing firm with the Indian Army. This is a report coming in from the international border.
हमारे को ये कहा गया कि रेंज की तरफ मत जाओ, 4 बजे तक नहीं जाएंगे हम इधर, उसके बाद जाना ही पड़ेगा इधर, क्यों लकड़ी इधर से लाते हैं हम, पानी इधर से मिलता है, घास इधर से मिलता है, पशु हमारे इधर भाग जाते हैं, क्या करें, जो मदद है हम करेंगे, जो मांग के हिसाब से मदद हम देंगे। गोलों की बातें आती रहती हैं, फोटो पड़ जाती हैं, बच्चे रोने शुरू हो जाते हैं, सोते भी नहीं है बच्चे दुआ के साथ।
Days after Pahalgam terror attack, now the border security force has downscaled the beating the retreat ceremony, wherein no celebration or any of the cultural program is being allowed. Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan border in the Octroi, where you will see that the border security force has been deployed and the security grid has been now strengthened. The BSF troops are keeping a strict vigil on each and every movement, and also this place from where the Indo-Pakistan international border is just 100 meters ahead, the Indo-Pakistan first line of defense of the India, 100-meter ahead board that you see, and now a lock has been placed at this gate because this gate leads to the zero line. But as a precautionary measure to actually decimate any attempt of the adversary Pakistan that may attempt to disrupt peace or to target the civilians, those who go in the forward area, the border area, the zero line access has been now restricted for the civilians, and it has completely been blocked till the time we have seen the attempts or the situation de-escalates on the international border. This decision has been taken by the border security force in view of the security of the civilians that goes to the zero line, but there is nothing that the trust can be done on the Pakistani side, and that's why the decision has been taken that there will be no movement, and also downscaling the beating the retreat ceremony here at the international border.
Now let me tell you how Pakistan is responding to all of this. They are in a complete panic mode. The reason being, in the last 48 hours, there have been multiple movements that are actually taking place. In a short while from now, I'm going to tell you what's happening right at the line of control and why exactly Pakistan has suddenly started moving their army divisions. In fact, there are 2 army divisions that have already been moved. So much so, these latest images that we are going to show you is a clear indication that Pakistan is worried. Pakistan is nervous. Pakistan is completely jittery. They know that something big is going to happen. And how exactly would they really respond? Because they're not prepared at all. And that is the reason why what they've essentially been doing over the last 24 hours, a little over 24 hours actually, where they have indulged or resorted to speculative firing. They basically trying to target our Indian posts, hoping that there will be some sort of a retaliation, hoping to find out how exactly will India really respond. Yes, of course, we have responded. We have retaliated well. We have retaliated hard, strong, and ensured that the Indian posts are absolutely safe. But this has basically resulted in a situation that Pakistan is currently, what you are seeing right now on your screens, they have basically increased their deployment. In fact, 2 army divisions have been moved. Can we also put this on our breaking grid right now? The 2 army divisions of Pakistan have actually been moved to the line of control. I'm told that division number 34 of the Pakistani army has actually been moved. Right now on our screens, we're going to just stay with this. Pakistan ISI is also worried because they do not know what's going to really come right now. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran. We'll stay full frame with these visuals coming in. Gursimran, I'm given to understand that at least 2 divisions have already moved of the Pakistani army. As far as the Navy is concerned and the Air Force is concerned, I'm not very well versed with it right now, but I can at least say this from my sources that Pakistan has already moved 2 divisions. Can you add to the information that I have with me right now in terms of the movement, and also help us describe the images that we are playing out right now for our viewers, where these visuals from and what does this indicate?
Sean, what has happened that after India's response, the diplomatic response that the India has given to the Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Pakistan is now rattled, and they know that the India will hit back because they know what the past has been, be it 2016 Uri terror attack when India responded 10 days after the attack, or 2019 Pulwama terror attack when India responded 12 days after the attack. Now the Pakistan is in shambles. They know that their internal situation is not good. So what they are doing, that they are preparing themselves for everything that is coming, and that's why 2 divisions of the Pakistani army have been moved from the headquarters of the Pakistani army towards the line of control. This has been done as Pakistan is of the view that India will strike back Pakistan, and strike back in such a manner that Pakistan needs an additional deployment to at least safeguard themselves from the India's wrath. Second, as you mentioned, that there has been a deployment of the Pakistan when it comes to the Pakistani Air Force. There have been regular movement of the Pakistani Air Force operating from the Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi towards the line of control and the international border area, because they want to keep an eye that what India is doing, and so does is the case of the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, that has deployed their additional staff to the 13 Chenab Rangers area that is in the Jammu international border that are keeping an eye on the movement that is taking place on the Indian side. Because see, Pakistan knows that the India's top leadership has made it amply clear to them that India will track, hunt and will punish the perpetrators, backer and also the supporters and handlers of these terrorists who have carried out the Pahalgam terror attack. So Pakistan is well aware that the backers are there back in Pakistan. They want to safeguard themselves and that's why they are keeping a surveillance on the movement of Indian side. But Indian side say that they are well aware and a high alert has been sounded on the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu region.
Well, 2 army divisions have been moved, Pak Army after the Navy, which basically carried out a failed test of the Karachi coast. Now you have the Pakistan Army not realizing what's going to really come forward, whether it's going to be a surgical strike or whether it's going to be a rerun of what happened as far as Balakot is concerned, or would it be that the entire terror infrastructure is completely dismantled, destroyed by the forces? What's going to come? And that's the reason why there was a National Security Council meeting that was actually called by the Pakistan Prime Minister. In fact, he's saying that let's have a neutral probe. Now that's how worried they are, because they now have actually pushed TRF, that's the offshoot of Lashkar, to actually withdraw the statement, saying that they did not even carry out the Pahalgam attack. So that's a clear indication of how nervous Pakistan is right now. Let me just quickly go across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, it seems that the National Security Council meeting has also been called in. They are taking stock of the situation. What's really happening with the Pakistani army chief? Because it seems after that stupid statement that he made with regards to Kashmir, the jugular vein statement that was made, he's gone completely silent. Is it because there is a lot of backlash right now in Pakistan?
See, now the Pakistani army knows that it is the Pakistani army that has to face the Indian army, because when the statement was made, it was only the political leadership of the Pakistan that has to make, because it was a statement that was made by the Pakistani army chief and there was nothing situation escalating on the international border or on the line of control. So Pakistan army was, it was just that he made, the Pakistani army chief made the statement, and it was for the political parties or the government of Pakistan to see what will be the repercussions for them. But now the situation has completely changed. It's now the onus lies completely on the Pakistani army, and that's why you see that even during the passing out parade there was no speech of the Pakistani army chief. It was only the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif who spoke about various issues, including that of the Indus Water Treaty kept in abeyance by the Indian side. So Pakistani army is now on back foot. They want that at least they should be safe. That is actually what they are hoping for. Otherwise there has been not even a single appearance of the Pakistani army chief.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details on This Is Exclusive. Tonight we've got you what's really happening inside Pakistan. Over the next few days on This Is Exclusive, we're going to get you a full ground report and how exactly are the Pakistani army particularly is responding to it. The internal details will be out on This Is Exclusive. That's all that we could pack in this edition.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
छजुल दे यार तू मौत दी कसम इधर गेंद है কোনটি কোনটি বেশি কোনটি
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory.
There are many places to study journalism within four walls. But if you want to live it and learn live, come to the Republic School of Journalism. At Republic School of Journalism, our campus is your classroom. You learn live inside Asia's largest integrated news center. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live inside Republic headquarters There's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Search operation underway. Indian Army successfully bust a terrorist hideout in the Machil area of Kupwara district. Cache of arms recovered, including AK rifles. The face of Pakistan, that's their real identity. Pakistan defense attaché in the United Kingdom publicly threatens protesters, including Indian diaspora, makes life-threatening gestures, throat-slitting gestures at Indian diaspora outside High Commission. Shameless Pakistanis. Protests against Pakistan at a global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating anger outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen, Melbourne. Mysterious explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 injured, 4 killed, according to the Iran state media.